Good morning. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. White, at the end of the day yesterday, you were discussing the information report on the 2013 SEMA report that goes to Council on November 18th, 2013. Registrar, could you take us to OD6, image 70, paragraph 175, 176? You. And if you could call out 175 and 176. So Mr. White, just to orient you, that information report is finalized and circulated on October 25th, 2013. The same day, we have a record of a canceled calendar invitation, which is titled Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review Internal Discussions between you, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. Moore. Do you recall if this meeting took place?
I believe it did not.
Okay. Registrar, you can close those callouts and take us to paragraph 177, which is just below there. So on October 28th, 2013, Mr. Lupton emailed you and Mr. Ferguson to update you on a conversation he had with Gary. And he says, I've reviewed with Gary. He's good, but suggests that we manage the final version of the report to reflect what we are saying. He said it's not uncommon to get an FOI to this type of thing. I'm not asking to change opinions, but to soften and stage the report, similar to what we have done with our information report. Do this first and measure results, etc. Please sit down with SEMA to make this happen. Please ensure you manage this directly. Do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Lupton?
I recall generally receiving that instruction.
Okay. He's sending you an update because you weren't present for the conversation he had with Mr. Moore?
Yes, I believe that was the canceled meeting.
You believe the canceled meeting was replaced by a meeting between Mr. Lupton and Mr. Moore?
That's my best recollection.
What did you understand Mr. Lupton to mean when he said Mr. Moore suggested that you should manage the final version of the report to reflect what we are saying and soften and stage the report similar to what we had done in the information report?
Well, I presume now, a number of years later, that he's asking that we put the council report in line with, or the consultant's report in line with the council report.
Okay, and did you understand that as a direction from Mr. Lupton, your boss?
Yes.
Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't the staff report reflect the consultant's report?
They should both reflect each other. I'm not sure which one should come first. I guess the consultant's report is produced. We have the opportunity to liaise with the consultant for the content of the report and then move forward with a committee report.
So you don't have a view on whether or not the consultant report should mirror the staff report or the staff report should mirror the consultant report?
Well, they should both mirror each other, and that's, how I feel about it.
And if they aren't the same, which one should be modified to reflect the other?
Well, I don't know. I can't. That's a hypothetical question. I can't answer that. I was under instructions from Mr. Lupton at this point, and I believe David followed through with it.
Okay. Mr. Lupton goes on to say it's not uncommon to get an FOI to this type of thing. What did you understand that to mean?
Well, I personally don't care if we get an FOI on it. It's all information we're dealing with. And I'm not sure what's common to get an FOI on. I had a large number of FOIs come through me in my career with the city. So I don't know what he meant by uncommon. It's common? I don't know.
Okay. Did you understand from this email that Mr. Moore and Mr. Lupton were concerned that members of the public could access the consultant's report through the FOI process and see that it was not accurately reflected in the staff report?
No, I don't particularly believe that.
Okay. So I think that we've covered this off already, but Registrar, if you can take us to 178, which is on page 80. So Mr. Ferguson exchanges a series of emails with Mr. Cooper. And you'll see below, Mr. Ferguson asked Mr. Cooper to set up a meeting with SEMA. Mr. Cooper asked him when and why, and you'll see the final line there is Mr. Ferguson's response, in which he says modification to the report to reflect council info report.
Okay.
Did you direct Mr. Ferguson to sit down with SEMA and ask them to modify the 2013 SEMA report to reflect the information report?
I think it came from Jeff's email to both of us. I don't think I interjected.
Okay, so you understood Mr. Lepton's email as a direction to Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD6, image 79, paragraph 200? So on November 27th, 2013, City Council approves the Public Works Committee report 1304-014 as presented. So that is the report on the 2013 SEMA report. From this point, what steps were taken to implement the countermeasures identified in that information report? And if you'd like, I can pull that up. Registrar, could you put RHB 668 at image 3? So there are two appendices to the report, and we were looking at this yesterday. The first one is general countermeasures. And Registrar, if you scroll down, there are area-specific countermeasures in the next appendix. So on the next image, Registrar. Thank you. So returning to image 3, which Public Works Department was, in your view, responsible for each of the countermeasures listed on this appendix?
Do you wish me to itemize them?
Yes, please.
Okay. Friction testing, engineering services, PRPMs, traffic, inverted profile markings, traffic, wide markings, traffic, slippery when wet traffic, enforcement of travel speeds, Hamilton Police Services, trailblazer signage, traffic, remove lane exit signs, traffic.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us to image 5? And call out the section under Mud Street interchange, just because otherwise we're going to have some trouble reading this. Thank you. So you'll see that with respect to the Mud Street interchange, there are a number of segment-specific recommendations as well. And one of them you'll see is install high friction pavement approaching through the curve. Do you see that, or Registrar, can you highlight that for Mr. White?
I can see it, Council.
Do you know if that recommendation to install high friction pavement through the curb was ever implemented?
I don't know.
Okay. Who, in your view, would have been responsible for implementing that recommendation?
Engineering services.
Registrar, you can close that call out. If you could take us to paragraphs or OD6, image 79, paragraph 201. And just call out that paragraph, please. Thank you. So on November 29th, 2013, the Office of the City Clerk sent a council follow-up for the Public Works report that we were just looking at. And one of the items for staff action was the outstanding business list item.
Excuse me, Council, I have lost my feed, and the Zoom is trying to tell me that this computer needs to be cleaned or something.
Should we take a 5 to 10 minute break right now so you can resolve your technical issues?
Well, I'm in legal services department. I'll have to find somebody here to come and look at this thing.
Mr. White, we'll contact our liaison at the city who's setting up the room and see if they can assist you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? and we'll await perhaps Ms. Contractor, if you could communicate with Mr. White and then communicate with Commission Council when his feed is back up properly. That would be
Came back up.
Sorry?
Just came back up.
Just came back up?
Mr. Commissioner, yes, I just came back online.
Okay, well, let's proceed in the hopes that that won't reoccur.
Perfect. I will repeat the question. Registrar, can you take us back to OD6, image 79, paragraph 201? Thank you. So you'll see that on November 29th, 2013, the Office of the City Clerk sends a council follow-up for the Public Works report that we were just looking at. And one of the items listed on the outstanding business list is the section that's excerpted there. Staff were directed to report back respecting the lighting aspects of outstanding business list C, respecting the Red Hill Parkway improvements. Just for a bit of background information, can you tell me what the outstanding business list is?
My best recollection is the outstanding business list was a listing of topics, projects, and reports that had not been completed or that were referred back to staff for further report preparation or for a new report preparation based on items that were discussed at committee and council and came back around to staff to report back on.
Okay. So my understanding from this is that staff were directed to do further work respecting lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway after you reported on the 2013 SEMA report?
That appears to be accurate, yes.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call up HAM 4336, please? And you can close the reference to the report there.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Commissioner, but the actual OBL item, which is referenced in 11C, the language is a bit different. So I don't know if you want to go to the actual language.
I believe it's excerpted in this email here, Delna. Could you please call out, register the middle email there? Mr. White, would you like to just take a quick look at that if it helps refresh your memory about the outstanding business list item?
Okay.
Perfect. Registrar, could you please close out that call out and call out the email from Mr. Moore that's directly above it? Thank you. So on December 5th, 2013, Mr. Moore sends this email to you, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. Mader in response to the OBL item. He says, what part of 1, the road was approved environmentally, not only without lighting, but specifically not to have it. 2, the road geometrics were done with no lighting required. 3, there are constraints that preclude the erection of lighting on several ramps. 4, it is not recommended in any way, shape, or form to erect lighting on partial basis. And 5, we can't afford it, didn't committee get. He goes on to say, this doesn't even begin to address the fact that we shouldn't be talking about potential improvements that will give any claimants more ammunition. I thought you guys met with Chad and he was happy. Did we get SEMA to finalize the report to our liking before they asked for a copy? Do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Moore?
Not particularly.
Okay. Do you have any concerns with the director responding in this way to a council direction?
It's Mr. Moore's opinion, and I don't share it.
Okay. So just to dig into that a little bit, the first 5 points of his email deal with lighting. You don't agree with Moore's comments there about lighting?
Well, I don't know anything about what the EA said at all, only that I believe the road geometrics were done with no lighting required because they didn't include any lighting, but I wasn't involved at that phase.
Okay. At this time in December of 2013,
yes,
what was your source of information about whether or not lighting was viable on the Red Hill?
Well, there was only really, the only background I had is things that I was told by Mr. Moore.
And you relied on him for that information?
I did,
Why?
because he was the person who was in charge of that asset and had history with the project.
So the email goes on, and Mr. Moore says the potential safety improvements here. The potential safety improvements here are ones that are recommended by SEMA. What did you think of Mr. Moore saying we shouldn't be talking about potential improvements that will give any claimants more ammunition?
I disagreed with that.
How should city staff consider, if at all, the possibility of increasing claims against the city? They are assessing whether or not to move forward with a safety improvement.
Well, I don't think you should take into account that there could be a claim because you take action. I think you have to take the best action you can at the time that you're aware of any condition or something that requires a remedial action or action. So I think once you find out certain things, you should move forward to examine their feasibility and the proper means of mitigating the concerns that were raised.
Mr. Moore goes on to say, did we get SEMA to finalize the report to our liking before they asked for a copy? Who did you understand the they to be in that sentence?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
If the they in that question is council, did that raise any concerns for you?
Well, I don't have problem sharing reports with council if we're asked to. And I think we shared a lot of this information with several councillors.
Okay. And when the comment is prefaced by, did we get SEMA to finalize the report to our liking before they asked for a copy? Does that give rise to any concerns?
I think it's bad wording. I think we talked to SEMA. Under the direction that we were under, that's David and myself, we asked SEMA to modify the report somewhat, but the content of the report in the final version from SEMA was inclusive of everything that was in their original report. It was just put more into a graph or a chart form. I don't think we changed their results and anticipated actions that they were putting forward.
So I'm going to move us up a little bit now into January of 2015. Registrar, could you take us to HAM 4355? And if you could call out Mr. White's email, which is the second email. Sorry, Registrar, the next one down. Thank you. So this is a response that you send further to that email about the OBL item on January 15th, on January 15, sorry. And you say, Dave and Chris, see below. Please ensure that all remedial works on the link are completed, and then we will have to measure their effectiveness, and we will also have to follow up on the entire safety issue on the link also. What are we doing with the roads request to sign slippery when wet signs everywhere? I forgot about that one. We need the asphalt skid test to see what they determine also. And my apologies, I think I misled you a moment ago. This is January 2014, not 2015.
Yes, okay, thank you, because I was losing context there.
That was my fault, my apologies.
Is this a direct result of the email we just looked at? I don't remember the chain.
Registrar, could you close this call out and call up image 2 of this email exchange? And so you'll see that there's a reference there to the improvements on lighting in Ms. Clark's email on the top of the second page.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us back to Mr. White's email and call it out again, please? Do you recall sending this email to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Jacobson?
Not really, no.
So there's a reference at the bottom where you say, we need the asphalt skid tests to see what they determine also.
Okay.
Was that a reference to the friction testing that Mr. Moore had said engineering services would do in September 2013?
Can only suggest that my answer is likely.
Okay, you don't recall if it was with reference to Mr. Moore's correspondence about that? I can.
But I don't really recollect sending the email, so specifically, I don't remember how I connected it.
Okay, were you aware at this time of any other asphalt skid tests that were occurring on the Red Hill
No,
at the time?
not at all.
So I think, refresh your memory a little bit. Registrar, if you can also pull up HAM 36707 and put it up where the second page of the current email chain is.
Sorry, Council, I'm just repeating the doc ID for the second one.
HAM 36707. Perfect. We looked at this email chain yesterday, Mr. White, but just to refresh your memory, you'll see that this is the email chain in which Mr. Moore indicated that he would conduct friction testing. Registrar, could you take us to image 2? And just call out the email at the very top. So this is the end of 2013, so November 19, 2013. This is the email where Mr. Moore emails you and indicates that Golder is going to do friction testing and will need traffic control coordination. And then, Registrar, if you can take us to image 1 of this document again. And just call out the top email. So you assign this task to Mr. Jacobson, which we looked at yesterday.
Yes, we did. I did see that yesterday.
And then you're copied on this email from Dr. Henderson at Golder about traffic control coordination for the friction testing. And she asked for a couple of things, including access to water refill for the testing equipment. Do you remember that exchange on, again, on November 19th, 2013?
Vaguely, I do, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down for us. Thank you. And we'll look back at HAM 4355, Mr. White's email. Does that help to refresh your memory at all about what asphalt skid tests you thought that you needed as of January 15th, 2014?
Well, I'll say exactly how I felt about this. When I got that email from Gary to do the traffic control, I was in the middle of a lot of things and I simply flipped it to Chris and didn't really pay a lot of attention to it. And the same, and when that person asked for the water, I didn't care. It went to Chris, and so I moved on. So I didn't particularly register what was going on at that moment in time. However, when you come back to this email and connect this to that, it's by this point, I knew Gary was supposed to be doing some friction testing.
Okay, so the friction testing results that you would have been looking for January 15th, 2014 are the results of that testing that you knew Gary was going to do?
That's a logical connection.
Okay. Why did your group need the friction test results?
Well, I'm not really sure that I know the answer to how friction testing would impact collisions. However, as I think I suggested yesterday, there's a number of data collection points that can contribute to collisions. And, you know, if it was friction testing that showed that the asphalt was way out of line, it would have helped explain it. But that's the only thing I think I could have used it for. And I wasn't even sure if it was location specific.
Okay. Registrar, can you just call out Mr. White's email again so it's a little bit bigger for us? So you send this email to Mr. Ferguson, copying Mr. Jacobson, and you say we need the asphalt skid tests to see what they determine. After sending this email, Did you take any steps to follow up with Mr. Moore about the friction testing results?
Oh, gosh, I don't have any recollection.
You send this email to two of your direct reports.
Yes.
Did you ask them to follow up with Mr. Moore about the friction testing on the Red Hill?
Again, I don't have any recollection.
You don't recall asking them to do it, or you just don't have any recollection?
I just don't have, I don't recall asking them, and I don't remember doing anything like that.
As of January 2014, do you recall having had any discussions with Mr. Moore about the friction testing on the Red Hill?
You know, again, I had conversations with him. I just don't know where in time they sat. So not specific to the date, but I did.
Okay. What did you discuss when you did have these conversations with him?
I think we were simply asking where are the results, and
what was his response?
the thing that I remember him saying the most is that there was nothing to compare them to, and that there was a UK standard, but no standard in Canada.
Do you remember him saying that to you on more than one occasion?
I don't remember particularly. I just remember that that's something that stuck in my head that he told me.
Do you recall if when Mr. Moore made those comments to you, that if you escalated those comments to Mr. Lepton or Mr. Mader?
You know, I don't have a specific recollection of that, but Jeff and I talked on a regular basis, and I now know he was monitoring this entire project, if you will. And so I feel comfortable that I would have said something. I just don't remember doing it.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this out and take us to OD6, image 135, paragraphs 388 and 389? I believe 389 is onto the next page, if you can call up that image. So you're not immediately copied on this email exchange, but I'm going to start from January 20th just to give you some context. So in January of 2015, your group is working on installing pavement reflectors on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yes.
And you'll see from the email that Mr. Ferguson sends to Mr. Merritt and Jason Warren that Mr. Moore has expressed some concern about the length of the cut for those reflectors. Do you recall that exchange?
And not specifically, but I remember the concern.
Okay. And so Mr. Merritt, just for some additional context, is Mr. Merritt someone who's reporting to you at this time?
He's in traffic operation or traffic engineering and reported to Dave through to me.
So Mr. Merritt responds to this email chain and he says, apparently the MTO typically uses 5-foot slot length. We are already way under that. And then Registrar, you can close this out and take us into paragraph 391. So on January 21st, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Moore, copying Mr. White, Mr. Mader, Mr. Mader, Mr. Warren, and Mr. Merritt. And he says, further to our discussion yesterday, the following is provided, and he goes on to say, we discussed the issue of marker lengths with the manager of the MTO's program. His comment was that the length of the cuts should be 5 feet to allow for proper reflection of the markers. He advises us not to go below a length of 4 feet. Our current contract is for 4 feet cut. Registrar, could you close this out and pull up the paragraph below? So Mr. Moore replies 45 minutes later, and he writes, okay, but when the pavement fails prematurely because of these cuts, I'll be asking you to provide an explanation about this need for both the reflectors and the cuts. Do you recall this exchange?
More or less. I recollect this piece.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to the next image, paragraph 394? sorry, let's just for context, let's also call out 393 for Mr. White. So Mr. Mader responds to this email only to you and Mr. Ferguson, and he writes, just let it go. You forward that to Mr. Lupton and you say, really nice team play. What did you mean by that?
I meant that, and I'll maintain that we were supposed to be in this project together, not at odds with each other. And it felt at that point in time that Mr. Moore was being critical of the work we were doing to respond to the deficiencies that we found out on the facility.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to the next paragraph down, which is 396, or sorry, a couple paragraphs down, 396. And sorry, let's also include 395 just so that we keep the email chain straight for Mr. White. So Mr. Lupton forwards your email to Mr. Mader. But then you respond to the email chain where Mr. Mader says to just let it go. And you write, John, in confidence, has anybody told him we are doing the link collision crossover study with SEMA? He's going to react when he finds out. Traffic shouldn't have to put up with his reaction when he finds out. Malone even told me he's charging us a bit extra due to Gary. He wants to be sure his recommendations are totally defensible. He asked me what he should say when Gary calls him. I told SEMA to do the best analysis they can and give us the best technical options and not worry about what Gary says to them. This is a consistent problem we face routinely with that section and related works. I'm not going to respond, but I just had to have my bitch out to you. Thanks for listening. Do you remember sending that email to Mr. Mader?
Yes, I think I do.
Okay. Why did you title it In Confidence?
Again, as in a different email, I'm discussing another director who is above me in the chain of command, who works with John, and I felt it prudent to, and I really was just, as I think to use my term there, I was just bitching out to him really about the situation so that the directors were aware of how things were transpiring.
In your view, was this exchange with Mr. Moore something that needed to be addressed at the director level?
Well, I think that if he had a concern, it didn't have to come around like, you know, he was going to be asking us to explain it later. I think simply a question about the appropriateness of the cut would have been sufficient, and we could have provided the information from a technical basis that we were doing what we could to install the pavement markings. And we used the same process that the MTO had done so on the 403 at the top of the Ancaster Hill. I think that's where we got the information, I believe. So I thought we were acting appropriately.
Okay. You say at the top of this email, has anyone told him we are doing the link collision crossover study with SEMA? He's going to react when he finds out. Traffic shouldn't have to put up with his reaction when he finds out. What did you mean by that?
Gosh, I just think that we were doing a crossover study, and if we hadn't told him, and I really wasn't, it's a collision study, which was traffic's responsibility, that I was concerned he might have a negative reaction if we brought forward recommendations or something that didn't meet his thoughts.
When you say didn't meet his thoughts, were you aware of what Mr. Moore's thoughts were around collision history on the Red Hill were at this time?
I think this is the link, but
oh yeah, sorry, the study.
But in any case, we were just commencing the 2015 report, I think, at this time. Sorry, your question?
So you said you were concerned that you would see a negative reaction from Mr. Moore. Why were you concerned about a negative reaction?
I think we'd experienced that in the past.
In what context?
on this project.
In connection with a project on the link or in connection with the 2013
Just-
SEMA report?
I think what I'm referring to is the body of both these things.
Okay. Can you describe the negative reaction that you'd seen from Mr. Moore in the past?
Well, I think if you go to the email we just exchanged, you'll see his commentary on the installation of the markers. And he had opinions on the reports from SEMA.
Okay. Are those the items that we discussed yesterday? Or are you referring to different opinions that Mr. Moore had?
No, the marginalized reports in that SEMA report.
Sorry, the marginalized reports?
The reports in the margin of that SEMA report. Mr. Moore's comments on the report.
I think are you referring to the 2015 SEMA report?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure now.
That's okay. I'll circle back to it. I think that we're going to get there very shortly. So you go on to say that Malone even told me he's charging us a bit extra due to Gary. He wants to be sure his recommendations are totally defensible. Had Mr. Malone told you that SEMA was charging extra due to Gary's involvement in the project?
Well, I don't remember him saying that to me at all, but I typed it, so I believe I must have understood that. I would never have put something in that I didn't believe to be true.
What was your understanding about why SEMA would charge extra due to Gary's involvement?
Well, I think my next line says it. He wants to be sure his recommendations are defensible.
Did Mr. Malone anticipate that he would receive challenges from Mr. Moore on his recommendations?
I don't really know what Mr. Malone anticipated.
Did he tell you that? Is that why you wrote that he wanted to ensure the report was defensible?
I think he told me he wanted to be sure that the report is defensible. I don't remember the dialogue around it at all.
Okay. So you go on to say, he asked me what he should say when Gary calls him. I told SEMA to do the best analysis they can and give us the best technical options and not to worry about what Gary says to them. Do you remember that aspect of your conversation with Mr. Malone?
No, as I say, I don't really recollect the conversation with Brian at all.
Okay. Why did Mr. Malone think that Mr. Moore would call him about the report?
I couldn't say. I don't remember. I don't know.
To your knowledge, had Mr. Moore called Mr. Malone about past city projects?
I don't know that either.
To your knowledge, had he called him about the 2013 SEMA report?
I don't know that either.
So at the end of this email, you say this is a consistent problem we face routinely with that section and related works. What did you mean by that?
Things were always a little difficult to get things done the way we saw them to be done. And so when I mean that section, I mean engineering services. Sometimes they would challenge us for funding and such things that for projects that we were moving forward. And it was always a little bit of a negotiation to get certain things accomplished.
More so than with other public works departments that your group worked with?
Truly, I think honestly that I worked with engineering services to a substantially greater number of instances than other divisions and departments. I don't recollect any problems with roads and forestry. I didn't have much interplay with water. But I did have a lot with engineering services, or not just me, traffic. Had a lot of interchange with engineering services, the various groups.
So at this point in time, your group had worked with Mr. Moore's group on the 2013 SEMA report. Did you have any concerns about working with his section in relation to that project?
Not particularly, no. We were still pursuing it, and in general, everything was moving forward when we look at the input of of the street lighting folks and Gary Krichnoff and those guys, they were moving forward with us.
Had your staff reported any concerns to you about working with Mr. Moore's section during the work that they did on the 2013 SEMA report?
Only the one we looked at yesterday with Mr. Cooper saying that he heard Gary was not happy, but I don't have any other reference to that.
Understood. Registrar, could you please take us into OD 7, image 8, paragraph 19? Thank you. So I moved us up a little bit in time. We are now in May of 2015. Registrar, can you make this actually the second image and pull up the image before it, image 7? So, Mr. White, in May 2015, there was a crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that killed 2 young women. Do you recall that collision?
Yes, I do. I may have been off on leave at that time or around that time, but I still remember the incident.
Yes, so it's my understanding that you were on leave from approximately February 2015 through to June 2015. Is that about right?
That feels right. Yes.
Okay. So to the extent that you can address any of the questions, I'm going to move quickly through May, but just let me know if you can't address them because you weren't present. So following this collision, Councillor Conley sends a request to Mr. Ferguson asking for a safety study on the Red Hill Valley Parkway with particular attention to median barriers. And Mr. Ferguson does forward this email to you. Registrar, can you pull out HAM 4637? And you'll see the bottom email there is from Councillor Conley to Mr. Ferguson. And if you look up the chain, you'll see that you are forwarded this email by Mr. Ferguson on May 11th, 2015.
Okay.
Do you remember that request from Councillor Conley?
No, I don't.
Registrar, can you take us to OD 7, image 9, paragraph 204? I'm sorry, it's paragraph 24. Drop the extra 0. Thank you. So on May 11, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Malone of SEMA asking what the cost would be to complete a review of the Red Hill Valley Parkway for possible barriers. At this time, it's my understanding based on our discussion from yesterday that Mr. Ferguson had completed the collision history review of the Red Hill Valley Parkway that you had directed him to do in 2013, and that your group had identified a pattern of wet surface collisions on the Red Hill. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you had advised Mr. Lupton of that on October 14, 2013, that there was a statistically significant number of collisions on wet conditions identified on the Red Hill.
Okay.
Do you recall if this was a factor in the decision to retain SEMA for the 2015 SEMA report?
I think my response is I don't really remember, but it would have seemed reasonable that it would factor into our decision, along with the concerns of Councillor Collins and now Councillor Connolly, asking for a wholesome review of a fulsome review of the facilities.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. And if you could take us to OD 7, image 10, paragraph 29. So you'll see that there is a motion, which I believe is actually brought by Councillor Marula. And if you could, yes, so Mr. White, if you could just take a minute to review the details of this motion and the text. Effectively, it directs staff to investigate additional safety measures for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Lincoln Alexander, such as additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means to help prevent fatalities and serious injuries.
Okay.
To be reported back to the Public Works Committee on December 7th, 2015.
Okay.
Do you remember that motion?
Well, I remember, I know of it from after. I don't think I was actually involved at that moment. I think I was not at work, but I'm certainly aware of it.
Registrar, if you could close this out and take us to OD 7, image 24, paragraphs 63 to 65. Thank you. On June 28th, Mr. Ferguson advises you, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Malone of a crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. He, on July 7th, advises you of another crossover collision. He says that we have another collision, same location as a collision the previous week. And you reply to this email. Registrar, could you call out Mr. White's response to Mr. Ferguson? So the text there below, thank you. You say, Dave, as soon as I get back, let's meet you, Jay, and Cooper to go over a report and pick a path, okay? Is that a reference to the 2015 SEMA report?
I'm not sure.
So you go on in this email to say, let me know if any further incidents occur. We need to action this as quickly as we can. Please have your review of report and recommendations ready for me by next week. And again, that's in relation to crossover collisions that had occurred on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Does that help to refresh your memory as to whether or not this would have been about the 2015 SEMA report?
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's related to the report. I can understand the email and I know what I'm asking. And if I just can't make that connection all these years later.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to OD 724, paragraph 66, which is just the bottom of this? So on July 8th, 2015, Ms. Aquila sends Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Warren, and Mr. Cooper a calendar invite for a meeting titled Red Hill Valley Parkway Collisions, scheduled for June 13th, 2015. Do you recall this meeting?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Registrar, can you take us to OD 7, image 30, paragraph 81? And pull up image 80 as well. Sorry, image 29 as well. So this is an email exchange that you have with Mr. Malone in July of 2015, after there are two additional collisions on the Red Hill.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And so you say to Mr. Malone, appreciate it. And I believe that is in reference to his commitment to accelerate or work on the 2015 SEMA report as quickly as possible.
I believe that.
And so you go on to say in this email, I anticipate some greater pressure for us to respond to the need to do something. What did you mean by that, the need to do something?
Well, council is always looking for action. And in this particular case, there were several serious collisions. And if you look at this through a Vision Zero lens, and we were just beginning to start working on collision countermeasures in Vision Zero. Vision Zero is intended to minimize serious collision, injury collisions, and fatalities. And we were starting to look at the world through that lens a little bit and start to think in that respect. It's eventually turned into a Vision Zero process that we implemented a few years later.
And just to clarify that, Vision Zero, what exactly is Vision Zero?
Vision Zero is a process by which you look at the conditions of a roadway and take action to minimize serious injuries and fatalities. And in essence, it suggests that we shouldn't blame the driver. We should improve the roadway condition as well.
Okay, and that's something that your group was starting to look at as of 2015?
Sometime around then, we were aware it was around. It began in Europe, and we were starting to think that we could bring that forward in Hamilton. We were under a lot of, I won't say pressure, we just had a lot of safety concerns. This is just one project we're concentrating on here, but overall, traffic safety was becoming a very large corporate, I won't say issue, but a concern. And we were looking at ways and means of moving forward with the strategic road safety program, the collision reporting, Vision Zero. They're all tied together to provide a safe road environment, or as safe a road environment as we could.
And you said you wouldn't say pressure, but there were a lot of complaints. Who were those complaints from?
The general public had a lot of concerns about roadway safety, trucks on the roadway, all kinds of things.
Okay, and that's in relation to the city at large, not specific to the Red Hill?
That is correct. The city at large is what I'm referring to, but that's what led us to start looking at things slightly differently.
Were you also in receipt of complaints about the Red Hill?
I didn't personally receive any complaints about the Red Hill. Those all came through councillors.
Okay, so you received them from councillors forwarding complaints from their constituents?
No, as a commentary, I think we looked at an email that Chad said he's receiving complaints. That's nothing specific came to us of what the complaint was, except maybe one person said it was dark or required lighting, but I don't really remember the detail of those emails from Councillor Collins.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD 7, image 40, paragraph 122? So you are not copied on this email, Mr. White, just for your reference. Mr. Bottesini, who is from SEMA, sends Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Warren a draft of the 2015 SEMA report on September 6, 2015. Do you recall if you would have reviewed the September 6, 2015 version of the SEMA report?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that out. And if you could take us to OD 7, image 42, paragraph 129. And call that out, please. Thank you. If you could put image 43 up on the next page as well, that would be helpful. Yes, thank you. So on September 29th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails you and he copies Mr. Cooper and Mr. Warren and Ms. Aquila, and he attaches a draft staff report to the Public Works Committee, which summarizes the 2015 SEMA report and also the 2015 SEMA link report. And he says to you, please see attached report that Stephen has completed and I have reviewed and made some changes. I'm sure there will be more to come. And if you look down the second point there, he says to you, I have identified in the recommendations that specific departments that would be responsible for action. However, I have not yet circulated to the various departments as I wanted you to review first in case you felt this would cause some issue. Would you have reviewed the 2015 SEMA report before you provided Mr. Ferguson with feedback on this staff report that he'd sent you?
That would be logical.
Okay. It would be your practice?
That would be my practice.
So Mr. Ferguson is commenting on the fact that he has assigned recommendations to specific departments. And he suggests that you might think that it could cause some issue. Why would Mr. Ferguson think that it could cause some issue that he had assigned recommendations to specific departments?
I'm not really sure why he might have felt that way.
Okay. Would that have been a departure from the standard style for recommendation reports in the Public Works Department?
I would say yes. It's a departmental thing, so Public Works will do this. It would be our normal approach.
Would it generally say that the general manager would have the recommendations, would implement the recommendations?
Yeah, I believe that's the way we would normally do it. Or if we were only talking about ourselves, I didn't mind pointing at myself.
Okay.
So
it would have been outside the practice to point to another department.
Yes, I'd not seen it done.
Okay. Why did Mr. Ferguson want to assign specific recommendations to specific public work departments in connection with the 2015 SEMA, Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link reports?
I think he just wanted to make sure that the operating divisions were aware that there was action to be taken.
To make sure they were aware of it so that it would be implemented?
Yes.
Registrar, could you call out paragraph 130? Yes. So Mr. White, just for your reference, this is an excerpt from the draft staff report that Mr. Ferguson sent you. And this is his assignment of the recommendations from the 2015 SEMA reports.
Okay.
Could you take a minute to review that and let me know if you have any concerns about the items that Mr. Ferguson has assigned to specific public works departments?
It's mostly appropriate to the right department, other than I just now see that there may be a disparity. There may be an issue with forestry being directed to remove vegetation, because I think the grass cutting was done by roads,
Okay.
road operations. But in essence, that might have been corrected if we moved forward with that approach, but we didn't, I believe.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. If you could take us to HAM 660. Image 2 as well, if you could pull up both. So you'll see in this email is a bit cut off, but on September 22nd, 2015, Mr. Ferguson reaches out to Mr. Moore. Registrar, could you call out the email that's on the top of the second page? Thank you. And he says, as you are aware, I'm just finalizing the Red Hill Valley Parkway link report and have included the following recommendations that impact engineering services. And he goes on to list the recommendations that we were just looking at that he had assigned to engineering services. Registrar, if you could leave that call out, but call up Mr. Moore's response on the next page as well. So it's also bigger and beside the recommendations. Thank you. Okay. And you'll see Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Ferguson, and he says, Dave, sorry, I wasn't aware. I need to see it, and it needs to be discussed at DMT, or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes. But in any event, here are my comments. And he gives a number of comments on each of these items that Mr. Ferguson had sent to him. So first he says, you can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, and tender and construction supervision. Did you agree with Mr. Moore's comments about engineering services role?
I think in general that is correct, except that he also operated an operating department in street lighting. And they had to do investigations to determine where street lights would go. So in essence, over the broader scope of his division, that's true, but I think that one section, maybe it wasn't quite applicable.
So just referring back to Mr. Ferguson's email. So item C on that email is that engineering services should be directed to identify a funding source to complete pavement friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in its entirety at an estimated cost of $40,000.
Okay.
Was it your view that engineering services would be responsible to identify a source to complete friction testing if that was something that council directed the Public Works Department to do?
That is my opinion. Engineering services was the overseer of the entire roads capital budget or public works capital budget.
In your view, was friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway generally an engineering services function?
Sorry, was it generally what?
Was it an engineering services function?
Yes.
As of September 2015, you have been copied on those emails where Mr. Moore is speaking to Golder about conducting friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013. What was your understanding about how the friction testing Mr. Moore had conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013 had been funded?
Sorry, what was my opinion?
What was your understanding about how the testing that Mr. Moore had conducted in November 2013 had been funded?
I have no idea.
Was it your understanding that it would have been funded through a source identified by Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore would have had to have paid for it some way through his own budgets. I don't know the answer to the question.
So it would have been from the engineering services budget?
Presumably.
So Mr. Moore in his email at point 2 goes on to say, what is friction testing going to tell you if you don't have anything to compare it to? There's no provincial database or guideline. The MTO will never discuss this with you because it opens up an entire line of liability on every road. Had you heard Mr. Moore make comments like this about friction testing before you received this email?
Well, I do recollect him talking about the UK standard. Is this after he attended council and said it was fine?
No, this is before.
Then no.
And again, it was your understanding as of September 2015 that Mr. Moore had friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013?
I never had any confirmation of that.
Correct. But you had been copied on the emails where he'd asked for traffic control?
Yes, that's true. However, I didn't recollect what happened after that moment in time.
Okay. But did you assume that he had done it pursuant to those emails that he sent in 2013?
At this point in time, I don't recollect what I remember. I may or may not have, I don't know.
Okay. If Mr. Moore had done friction testing in 2013, wouldn't you have been able to compare the results of that testing to friction testing done in 2015?
If he had given us the 2013 results, would I have been able to compare it to results done in 2015? Is that the question?
Yes.
If they were comparing apples to apples at locations, the same pavement locations, there was a whole lot of variables in that question. There's a potential to compare it, but we would have to be sure that we were comparing the same sort of information. Also, I've never had experience with friction testing before. It was a new thing to us in traffic. I had no experience with it.
Right. So you wouldn't have been able to perform a comparison of friction testing results yourself?
No, we would have had to have asked for professional assistance on that matter.
So Mr. Moore says that there's nothing to compare it to. We don't have anything to compare it to. If friction testing had been conducted in 2013, there would have been something to compare friction testing results conducted pursuant to the 2015 SEMA report to, right?
Well, if they were comparing apples to apples, that's possible.
Okay. When you received this email, and it's, I believe, forwarded to you by Mr. Ferguson. Did you reach out to Mr. Moore to confirm if the 2013 friction testing had been completed?
I don't recollect.
Okay, you don't recall
I don't remember.
if you did it?
Yes, I don't recall what I did with it.
Did you direct your staff to follow up with Mr. Moore about the friction testing from 2013?
I don't remember that either.
So Mr. Moore goes on to comment about lighting, and that's item 4 on this list. He says, "We have said over and over, illumination on the Red Hill or Link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval was based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be a $8 to $12 million project, plus protection, barriers, guide rail, and then the maintenance costs." Did you agree with Mr. Moore's comments about lighting on the Red Hill?
I'll respond this way. He had an OBL item mandating that he report back on lighting. If that was his opinion, it wouldn't have been very arduous to report back to council with those facts. Whether that's true or not, though, I don't know.
So you didn't know one way or another whether it was true?
Well, I certainly don't know what the EA said, and those environmental reasons were never clearly explained to me as to the cost and sustainability. I don't know that.
Okay. And did you ever ask Mr. Moore for the underlying documents that would substantiate his position on lighting on the Red Hill?
No, I asked for his opinion and I got his information.
Okay. And you relied on his opinion?
I did.
Why?
Because Mr. Moore was the director of a very large department. He was a reputable engineer, and I think he had a good technical reputation.
Okay. So Mr. Moore says at the top of this email, I need to see it and it needs to be discussed at DMT, or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes. What is DMT?
Department management team.
Okay, who goes to those meetings?
The GM and the directors.
Okay, so it's not a meeting that you would have attended?
Never.
Okay. Registrar, could you close the call outs, please? And if you could take us, so you can take this down and take us to OD7 image 46 at 136 and 137. So Mr. Mader responds to Mr. Moore's comments by saying that you need to sit down and discuss these items. Do you remember if you attended a meeting with Mr. Mader, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Lupton, or anyone else in your group to talk about this email from Mr. Moore?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay.
But
Registrar, could you—
I'll just say that Mr. Ferguson sat adjacent to Mr. Mader and Mr. Lupton, and I was situated about 15 kilometers away at the operations engineering department office. So I wasn't in their proximity. And I think Dave had direct contact with Mr. Mader at some point as to direction to continue with this.
Okay, so you think that Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Mader had a conversation that you weren't part of about these comments?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 655? And if you could call it out just so it's a little bit bigger. On October 5th, 2015, you send Mr. Lupton an email and you say, "Jeff, please find attached the draft public works report, the link, and Red Hill Valley Parkway safety reports from SEMA Engineering and some emails regarding the report recommendations."
Okay.
And those emails are the emails that Mr. Ferguson had sent to directors advising them of recommendations that he had directed to them in the staff report, including the one we just looked at for Mr. Moore.
Okay.
And you say, "I would stress the report is only in draft at this point. We meet with Gary October 20. I am at your disposal to meet to discuss beforehand. Let me know, thanks." Why were you sending this information to Mr. Lupton on October 5th, 2015?
I have no idea. He's my direct boss.
Did you meet with him in advance of an October 20th meeting with Mr. Moore?
I don't remember that at all.
So you don't remember meeting with him, or you have no
I
recollection?
have no recollection.
Would you have reviewed a copy of the SEMA report that is attached to this email before sending it to Mr. Lupton?
That would have been my practice.
Registrar, could you take us into HAM 657? So this is the staff report that's attached to your email. Oh, sorry, the SEMA report that's attached to your email to Mr. Lupton. Registrar, could you take us to image 24? All out section 4.3 under summary of collision review. Thank you. So this is the summary of the collision review that SEMA had done on the Red Hill. Could you take a look at that and let me know when you've had a chance to finish reviewing it?
Okay, I got the gist of it.
Perfect, thank you. So you'll see the first point under overall findings. Wet surface collisions were found to represent approximately 50% of all collisions in the study area, which is significantly high compared to typical proportions. Was that finding by SEMA concerning to you from a traffic safety perspective?
I think we had already established ourselves going into this that we were seeing a high proportion of wet collisions. We were asking them to do a complete holistic review of the facility. I think my answer is that it highlighted something that we needed to pursue and look at remedial measures.
Okay. So this was consistent then with the collision history review that Mr. Ferguson had conducted, I think in 2013 or 2014?
Yeah, I would say I don't remember the 50%, but I remember that the conclusion is the same.
Okay. And so you had identified this pattern. What you were looking for from SEMA was recommendations about how to address it?
Yes.
Registrar, could you please take us?
Well, sorry, Council. We were looking to confirm our data too,
okay.
and have it compared to other like facilities to make sure that we were looking at anomalous information.
Understood. Thank you. Registrar, could you take us to image 26? And call out potential contributing factors to collisions. Thank you. So you'll see in the draft SEMA report, under potential contributing factors to collisions, it says the overall findings from the collision review indicates that the proportion of wet surface collisions in the study area is significantly higher than typically observed in the city and in the province. A high proportion of wet surface condition suggests that one or more of the following conditions may be present, and SEMA lists inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, hazardous maneuvers that may be related to avoidance maneuvers or surface deficiencies, so potholes, waves, other deformities, water accumulation, and or excessive speed. Do you recall reviewing that section of the SEMA report?
Well, as I say, I don't really remember reading the report, but if I read the report, which is my practice, then I would have read that.
Okay. Do you agree that the collision history and pattern identified on the Red Hill could suggest one or more of those conditions listed by SEMA?
Yes, and several others as well, including geometry, the grade, the curvature of the roadway, the design elements that go into the roadway, the super elevation, the use of roadside, sorry, I can't think of the term, roadside, like guardrails and guide rails and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So the entire condition of the roadway needed to be looked at as well.
Okay. At this point in time, so this is September 2015, had you and your group considered that there might be inadequate skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Quite frankly, I think we were still waiting for confirmation of that.
Okay, so was it something that you had in mind and you were looking for SEMA or Mr. Moore through the skid testing that he was conducting to confirm it?
I was waiting for any kind of information on the friction testing, skid resistance to move forward with that item.
Okay. On reviewing this report, did you reach out to Mr. Moore to ask him for the friction testing results?
I don't remember that.
Did you direct any of your staff to do so?
Again, I don't remember.
Do you recall if in connection with this section of the draft SEMA report, if you advised any of your staff other than Mr. Jacobson, who was copied on that email about traffic control, that Mr. Moore was conducting friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013, my apologies.
Well, let me just say that Dave and I spoke almost every day, and we debriefed each other on things that were going on. I am confident that I would have told him that some time ago before this report, because I know he knew it, and it would have been our practice to discuss larger scope projects over coffee, usually in the mornings, quite often.
So you expect you would have communicated that information to Mr. Ferguson at some point between November 2013 and September 2015?
Yes, I'm confident he knew that engineering services was going to do friction testing at this point.
Did you advise SEMA that Mr. Moore had conducted pavement friction testing on the Red Hill in connection with their work on the 2015 SEMA report?
I did not, but I did not advise SEMA of anything. I stayed out of the discussion with SEMA and let Dave and his staff deal with them. I think I only met with Brian once that I really remember, and because I just wanted them to be in control of the project they were working on. So I didn't give them any information.
Understood. When you spoke to Mr. Ferguson about the friction testing, did you direct him to tell SEMA about that testing on the Red Hill?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. I have no recollection.
Okay. You recall directing any of your staff to advise SEMA that Mr. Moore had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013?
I don't have any recollection of that either.
Okay. In hindsight, do you think that that information would have been helpful for SEMA to have in its work on the 2015 SEMA report?
I don't know that it would have been helpful to them at all. I don't know that that information would have been useful when they were doing the review. So I don't know.
Okay. SEMA here has listed a number of conditions, a number of indications, let me rephrase. So SEMA has indicated here at the top of this section that the collision history and pattern that they're observing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway could be the result of one or more of the following conditions. And one of those conditions is inadequate skid resistance. If they had had access to friction testing results from 2014 or 2013, do you think that that would have helped them to rule out or account for the possibility of that condition on the Red Hill?
So,
Okay.
Council, I think in order for the witness to answer this question fairly, I think it might be useful to take him to the notes from the October 20th meeting, which he was at and at which the minutes suggest friction testing was discussed.
Absolutely. I was actually just about to go there. So I can move on from this question and we can go into that meeting. Thank you, Ms. Contractor.
Thank you.
But just before we leave this report, and go to that meeting. Registrar, could you quickly pull up image 55? I just want to refresh your memory, Mr. White, about the recommendations that are listed in this report, and if you could call out the summary table. So these are the recommendations that SEMA lists in the 2015 SEMA report. And you'll see that there are a number of short-term countermeasures, including conduct pavement friction.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In your view, were these countermeasures appropriate?
Yeah, sorry, now that forces me to read them all. Just a moment, please.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And now we can move on. Registrar, could you pull up CIM 9287? So Mr. White, and could you put up the second image as well, please? Thank you. So Mr. White, these are the minutes of a meeting that you attended with Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Moore and Mr. Malone, Mr. Bottesini, and Mr. Hwash from SEMA on October 20th, 2015. Do you remember this meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Is this a reference to the meeting with Mr. Moore? Sorry, is this meeting the one that you referenced in your October 5th email to Mr. Lepton about a meeting with Mr. Moore on October 20th?
Well, since this meeting occurs on October 20th, I think that's true.
Okay. So the second half of this page, Registrar, if you don't mind calling out after the dividing line in the first column there. Thank you. So the second part of this set of minutes diarizes a discussion around the Red Hill Valley Parkway report.
Okay.
And you'll see the second line there, Registrar, if you could highlight it, please. Says, Mr. Moore stated that friction testing was conducted recently following standards and resulted satisfactory.
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Moore making that statement to SEMA?
Well, I don't remember the meeting, so I don't remember that specific comment, no.
As of October 20th, 2015, had Mr. Moore previously advised you that results of friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway were satisfactory?
I don't think so. This precedes the council meeting, so.
Yes.
Okay, then no.
Had he said anything to you about the results of the friction testing at all at this point in advance of this meeting?
I do not believe so.
Would this comment have come as a surprise to you?
I don't know if it would have been surprising. I think it was just Mr. Moore reporting.
Okay. After Mr. Moore made this statement to SEMA at this meeting, did you take steps to obtain the friction testing results from Mr. Moore?
I do not recall doing that.
Okay. Did you direct your staff to obtain the friction testing results?
Well, I'm not sure what use they would have been to us. No, but as I say, I'm not sure what use we would have had for them if they were satisfactory. And that's where Mr. Moore's statement is, and I would have taken that at face value.
So we were just looking at the section of the draft SEMA report that talks about how inadequate skid resistance could be one or more of the contributing factors leading to the collision pattern that you'd observed on the Red Hill.
Yes.
Do you think that review of the testing results at this point in time would have assisted to indicate whether or not it was the case that inadequate skid resistance was a contributing factor?
I'm sorry, that was a bit complicated.
I will re-ask that question for you. I recognize that. So we had just looked at the draft SEMA report, which indicated that there were various conditions that could contribute to the collision pattern that you had observed and SEMA had observed with respect to wet weather conditions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. One of those possible conditions was inadequate skid resistance. Do you remember that we just looked at that?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that having access to the friction testing results that Mr. Moore references in this meeting would have assisted to direct you as to whether or not inadequate skid resistance was something that you should be considering as a contributing factor to the collision history on the Red Hill?
So if the results were satisfactory, that would negate the impact of the friction testing as a contributing factor to the collisions. And that would therefore put onus on the conditions of the roadway in general, the geometrics, as well as the speed of vehicles on the facility. The speed of vehicles on this facility was excessive a lot of the time.
Understood. So then, as a result of that, did you ask Mr. Moore for the friction testing after he made this statement about the results being satisfactory to confirm what he had said?
Well, as I said, I don't recollect doing that. And I would also state that I'm a layperson when it comes to friction testing. I would not have been able to interpret it.
Okay. Would you have been content to rely on Mr. Moore's word that the results were satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay. So SEMA goes on to say in this second point here, Registrar, if you could highlight that as well. SEMA clarified that actual weather conditions occurring on the Red Hill Valley Parkway may exceed typical testing conditions, and more rigorous testing could be undertaken in order to rule out pavement friction as a problem. Speed is definitely a contributing factor, but the contribution of pavement should be ruled out. So SEMA is still indicating that they would like to rule out pavement as a contributing factor, regardless of the speeding that's been identified on the Red Hill.
I see that.
Okay. What did you think of that?
I really don't remember I don't remember my reaction to that.
Okay. Did you view it as an appropriate recommendation?
Are we still within the meeting?
Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Commissioner, he said a few times that he doesn't remember this meeting. So I'm not sure if questions about what he thought or what he did with respect to specific remarks is useful, given the witness's comment that he does not recall.
I am inclined to agree. Could the registrar put this down for a moment, take all this down so that I can see? Thank you. Ms. Bruckner, do you have more questions along this line?
Only a couple. If Mr. White doesn't recall this meeting, I'm happy to move on. I just thought that it might assist his recollection if we put a couple of the lines from the SEMA notes to him.
Yeah. Well, why don't you put this question and then let's move on. Put this question again. If it refreshes his memory, so be it. But if it doesn't, then we'll move on.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring the call out back up again? Thank you. So Mr. White, does this note about what SEMA said about friction testing help to refresh your memory at all about the discussions around friction testing that occurred at this meeting?
I'm sorry, I just don't remember this meeting at all.
Okay. You can close this out, Registrar, and we can move on. Registrar, could you take us to OD7, image 47, paragraphs 140 and 141? Thank you. So you forward a draft copy of the 2015 SEMA report to Mr. Moore on October 20th, 2015. Do you remember sending him the draft of the SEMA report?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Including to Mr. Sorry. While I'm reporting to my directors here, I'm looking at it, but I don't remember doing it.
Okay. And so just to help you with the chronology, based on the email that SEMA sends to Mr. Ferguson, attaching the report that you then forward to Mr. Moore, it's my understanding that you sent this after the October 20th meeting with SEMA?
Well, if you look at the dates on the paper, that's the only thing I can go by. And this was at the end of the day when I forwarded it.
Okay, understood. Do you recall receiving Mr. Moore's comments on the 2015 SEMA report? Registrar, to assist with that, could you take us to OD 7, image 50, paragraph 152 to 153? And if you could include Mr. Moore's comments. And I'm going to take you into the actual document in a minute, but do you recall Mr. Moore sending his comments on the 2015 SEMA report to Mr. Ferguson?
I remember that Mr. Ferguson shared the comments with me. At the time it was occurring, was unaware of it.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us into HAM 0689, or I think it's HAM 689. And just for your reference, Mr. White, you'll see that Mr. Ferguson does forward this email to you at the top.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you take us to the attachment, which is HAM 690, and in native form if possible? Thank you, Registrar. So Mr. White, this is the annotated version of the SEMA report that Mr. Moore sends back to Mr. Ferguson. And it has a number of sticky notes in it. Do you remember receiving these comments from Mr. Moore?
I didn't. I got them from Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Ferguson sent it to you, but they're Mr. Moore's comments. You recall reviewing these comments?
Yes.
Registrar, could you take us to image 34? And so you'll see at the top here, Mr. Moore's comment, and he is proposing to delete, if you could leave the comment called out, Registrar, and expand it so that we can see the whole content. Thank you. So he is suggesting that the sentence, given the existing proportion of wet pavement collisions, 50%, oversized slippery when wet signs, should be used in the study area. And Mr. Moore proposes a track change deletion to that. And he says, absolutely not. The sign should say drive according to road conditions. The road is not slippery when wet any more than any other road. The geometrics and the increased speed profile make it seem like it's slippery when wet. I can't increase skid resistance. Do you recall reviewing that comment?
Yes.
Is the view expressed by Mr. Moore consistent with the collision history analysis that SEMA had performed and that you had Mr. Ferguson perform?
Is it consistent with the collision data? It's Mr. Moore's opinion. The statement that is struck out is fact. Mr. Moore expresses an opinion.
Okay. And your view?
There is no such thing as, what was it he says?
He says the sign should say drive according to road conditions.
Yeah, and there's no such sign in the manual.
And he goes on in that comment to say, I can't increase the skid resistance. To your knowledge, are there methods by which skid resistance of a roadway can be increased?
I have no idea. I'm not an expert in asphalt.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Moore was an expert in asphalt and friction testing?
He was an expert in engineering, civil engineering, asphalt. I'm not sure his experience with friction testing at all.
Could you take us to image 42, please, Registrar? And if you can pull out those comments, just so that we can more clearly see where each of them is coming from. So you'll see Mr. Moore also commented on the subsection under slippery when wet and bridge ices signs in section 7 of the report, which is under determination of potential countermeasures. This text says OTM Book 6 guidelines indicate that these signs should be installed at locations where the field investigations determine that the pavement has a significantly reduced wet weather skid resistance. And you'll see that at the end of that, Mr. Moore makes his first comment. At the end of that, he makes his second comment. Registrar, could you click on that comment? It's the next one down. And he says that is not the case here. Did you understand that comment to be a reference to his position that the skid testing results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway had resulted satisfactory?
Sorry, just a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
Yeah, I think he's referring to the fact that he believes, it's his opinion, that the pavement has a significantly reduced wet weather skid resistance. But I'd note that the or after that is where, for no identifiable reason, more than 1/3 of the collisions, and I think we identified more than 1/3 of the collisions are occurring on wet pavement.
Right. And so did you understand that his opinion here, that is not the case here, that there's inadequate skid resistance, is in reference to friction testing that he had conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
That's a giant jump. I'm not quite sure what he was referring to. He expresses a specific one-line opinion. I couldn't make that leap.
Okay. So at the end of the line that you just read out a moment ago, which is or where for no identifiable reason more than 1/3 of all collisions on a given section of road are occurring on wet pavement, among other criteria. Mr. Moore comments, Registrar, could you click on the next comment down? He says, we know the reason, excessive speed. Do you agree with that statement?
Excessive speed is a major contributing factor to the collisions on the RHVP, but you can't take it in isolation.
Right. There are other factors other than driver behavior that could contribute to a collision pattern on wet pavements.
On the roadway in general, yes.
Right. And SEMA identified one of those as inadequate skid resistance.
Or where for no identifiable reason more than 1/3. And that's where I am with this thing. That is something that I understood. That's an applicable countermeasure when that occurs on any roadway. And we would have looked at using those signs under those conditions generically across the city.
Right. So for you, it's more a question of whether or not to put up a sign than for what the underlying factor is that's contributing to the pattern.
Well, but the manual allows you to put up the sign if you have a condition met, and the or is a condition that could be met and is met at various points on the RHVP.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you take us to image 41, please? And so you'll see that Mr. Moore has struck out the section under perform friction testing. And he comments, Registrar, if you could make that so that we can read the whole thing. There is no basis, nothing to compare, and no other agency in Ontario, including the MTO, doing this. It means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion. In your view, would it be appropriate to delete this section from the 2015 SEMA report?
I don't see that there's harm in leaving it in the report.
How did you square Mr. Moore's comments that there was nothing to compare friction testing to with his comments to SEMA on October 20th that friction testing had been done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and resulted satisfactory?
I just took this as Gary expressing an opinion on paper, but I don't believe that we acted on any of his comments that were in this document. It's my recollection that we moved on with the existing document.
Okay. Did you recognize that there may have been a conflict between Mr. Moore's statement that there would be nothing to compare 2015 friction testing data to with his comments that friction testing had already been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and resulted satisfactory?
You know, I really don't remember how I felt at the time, and I don't remember having that thought.
Okay. How did you square this statement from Mr. Moore with your knowledge that he'd had friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013?
I quite honestly just wrote it off as Gary's opinion and moved on. I believe, if I remember correctly, we included this in the report. We allowed it to stand.
So Mr. Moore goes on to say in this comment that friction testing means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions. Is potential exposure to legal action an appropriate consideration for public works staff when considering a consultant's recommendation to do further testing on a roadway?
You always have to be aware of potential exposure on behalf of the city. However, I still believe that you must always take the best way forward and take the best solutions and act in the best interest of the city.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to image 54, please? So you'll see that there is another section under 9.1.4, conduct pavement friction testing. And Mr. Moore has written in a comment here that says, under this section, I don't have any frame of reference to pass or fail this against.
Yes.
Did you turn your mind to Mr. Moore's statements on October 20th, 2013, when reviewing this section of the report?
Again, I just discounted it. We had heard from him that there was only a UK standard sometime before this.
Okay, and is it your recollection that he had made comments about there only being a UK standard to you before he made these comments on the report?
You know, I can't put it in context. I don't remember what came first. I certainly know I heard that. It may have been after. I honestly, I'm sorry, I just don't recollect the sequence of events.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this out and pull up HAM 4781? HAM 4781, Registrar. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Is there a second page of this document as well? Thank you. So you'll see on October 25th, Mr. Mader, you and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lupton engage in an email exchange about the timing for the staff report on the 2015 SEMA Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway reports. Registrar, if you could call out Mr. Mader's email at the very bottom of image 1, please. Thank you. And you'll see that Mr. Mader copies Mr. Moore on this email, and he says that in order to meet a December timeframe for this report, it needs to be to me by the 9th and Jerry by the 16th. And he goes on to say, I know you gents are working on the draft cover report for Gary and I to review with Jerry. Could you please close this out, Registrar? And go up to the next, the email from Mr. White in this chain. Thank you. So on October 30th, 2015, you respond to this email by forwarding it to Mr. Lupton and Mr. Ferguson. You have removed Mr. Moore from this email exchange. And you write, Dave, make those minor changes in the rec section to read the actions are by the GMPW. Then send it to me again, CC Jeff. You go on to say, Jeff, we have had a draft already written. It's in the binder I gave John right in the front. I emailed it to you also. Dave is making some changes in the recs and we will resend it to you. After that, I'm not sure what to say. It recs the guide rail and lighting review and asphalt testing. All the things Gary argues against. Despite that, I believe them to be prudent and required that we do this ethically and technically responsibly. We can talk after Dave sends it to us. Thanks. And you go on to say, frankly, I think Chris Murray should be in on the discussions. He built the roadways. We can prevent some of these accidents from occurring. And we should take action. Do you recall sending that email?
Yes.
Why did you remove Mr. Moore from the email chain when you forwarded it?
I don't report to Mr. Moore. I'm expressing my concerns and my opinions to my director.
Okay, the concerns about Mr. Moore's comments on the report?
Well, just I'm giving him my best take on the report and what we were doing and just setting the scenario for him. If they are going to go have a DMT or a meeting, they need to be aware of what's happening.
Okay. So you instruct Mr. Ferguson to change the recommendation section to read the actions are by the GM Public Works.
I believe that's, yes, I believe that's the case.
And was that to make it consistent with the standard practice in Public Works for staff reporting?
Yes, and it relieves some of the concerns Betty had on funding and that forestry had on what their responsibility was. And so it just basically, it's still at the department level, not at the section level. But that didn't in essence change anything about the report or the recommendations.
Okay. And so you go on, and so we have this center paragraph that you direct to Mr. Lupton. What did you mean when you said, I'm not sure what to say? It wrecks the guide rail and lighting review and asphalt testing, all the things Gary argues against. Despite that, I believe them to be prudent and required that we do this ethically and technically responsibly.
That's what I thought.
Can you expand on that a bit for me? Why did you think that?
They were in the recommendations of the consultant. You know, disclosure to council was very important to me. And it would be, I use the word prudent, so I'll use it again, prudent to make sure that council has the option and the information on all the things that came forward. They can reject them, but they should be aware of them. And
So
that's the ethically and technically responsible part.
So it was your view that to report to the Public Works Committee in an ethical and responsible way, these items needed to be included in the staff report.
Anything that was in the SEMA report recommendations, and there was nothing that I objected to in their recommendation, so they should have been at least put in front of council.
If there was something that you had objected to in the recommendations, and this is a hypothetical, would you also have thought that that needed to be put into the staff report to report in an ethical and responsible way?
It would depend on what it was. I can't, it's too hypothetical. I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD 7, image 57, paragraph 172? So Mr. Ferguson circulates a revised version of the staff report on November 2nd, 2015. Register, you can close that out. I just wanted Mr. White to have that context. And call out 176 to 177, which are on image 58. So on November 4th, 2015, you email Mr. Ferguson in response to his circulation of the draft staff report. And you say, did Jerry, John, and Gary approve the last draft of the report? On November 4th, 2015 at 7:19 p.m., Mr. Ferguson responds to you. He says, yes and no. Let's say I have some work to do tonight and tomorrow. I will send to you once I update it again. Do you know what work it was that Mr. Ferguson had to do to get approval for the staff report at this point?
No, I was kind of the middleman in this now. And Dave's proximity to John and to Lupton was driving the information that he was receiving. He was able to speak to them directly. And I was kind of left out at this point for a little while.
Okay. So in your view, at this time, Mr. Mader and Mr. Lupton were giving their comments on the report directly to Mr. Ferguson?
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Moore as well?
I don't know that. No, I wouldn't think so. I think John and Jeff would have discussed it with him, but I don't think he was giving direct. He couldn't give direct instruction to Mr. Ferguson.
He couldn't give direct instruction to Mr. Ferguson, or Mr. Ferguson wouldn't be obligated to follow a direct instruction from Mr.
Well,
Moore?
I mean, he could give the direction, but we don't follow him. He was not our director. We could follow the direction of our immediate supervisors, who were Jeff and John.
Register, you can close this call out. Thank you. Could you please take us to OD7, image 60, paragraph 183? So on November 12th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Malone, and he attached a revised version of the staff report summarizing the 2015 SEMA report and 2015 link report to his email. And he says, further to my call, attaches the report we have compiled for the Public Works Committee. With respect to the reports, we are asking the wording that states recommendations be changed to options for consideration. Do you know why that request was made, to change the wording from recommendations to options for consideration?
No, I don't know why that was made.
Did you?
I did not give that direction.
Okay. You go on, Mr. Ferguson goes on to say, also, could you add a blurb that talks about how the short-term options may address the overall collision pattern that are occurring and therefore potentially reducing the overall cost-benefit ratio for the need of barriers and lighting? You will also see in the attachment, I have identified short-term options and long-term options. Could the report have a similar layout? Did you direct Mr. Ferguson to reach out to SEMA to ask if the 2015 SEMA report could have a similar layout to the staff report?
No.
Okay. Do you know why he made that request?
No.
Registrar, could you call out for us CIM 9875.2? Just for your reference, Mr. White, this is a copy of the Appendix B to the report that Mr. Ferguson sends to Mr. Malone. And you'll see that on this draft staff report, conduct pavement friction testing has been listed as a medium-term option.
Yes.
Registrar, could you pull up CIM 9859.2 at image 59? So just for your reference, we possibly should have used a native version of this, but this is this is SEMA's response to the email that Mr. Ferguson sends. So they edit the report, and you'll see that they have done a track change here where they have changed the conduct pavement friction recommendation from a short-term to a medium-term option. And in the native version, which Register, actually, I think we should call that out for Mr. White. If you could pull that document up in native, just so we can see the comment. Thank you. And so you'll see that Mr. Hawash of SEMA makes this change, but then flags in a comment box. He says, "I don't agree with the city. Let us discuss." And SEMA doesn't actually make this change. But do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Ferguson about putting a request to SEMA to change the content of the SEMA report around the length of the timeline for the conduct friction pavement recommendation?
I have no recollection of that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Thank you very much. And if you could pull up HAM 24702. And for your reference, Mr. White, this is the Appendix B to the final version of the staff report. And you'll see that conduct pavement friction is still listed as a medium-term option on the appendix. Did anyone ever discuss with you that although SEMA did not agree to change the recommendation in the 2015 report from a short-term to a medium-term recommendation, city staff still intended to list friction testing as a medium-term recommendation in the report?
If I may, in this particular case, I have to say that because the consultant followed a particular format, we moved it forward. We did not change the information. We just rearranged the priorities. So what you're missing is the short-term options. And so I do remember this piece. The short-term options could have been conducted immediately. And if you go back to the 2013 report, SEMA defined short-term as 0 to 5. In this case, those items are still within the 5-year limitations of the to be conducted. So really, we are not changing the time frame to conduct these items. We're simply changing the chart to reflect that we actually were able to conduct the items that are not shown on this appendix, the short-term ones, and complete them relatively expeditiously. And we did not change the overall time frame for the friction testing from the original report.
Okay. So in the 2013 report, there is a reference to those timelines that you set out.
Right.
There is not a reference to what the actual timeline is for the short-term, medium-term, and long-term options in the 2015 SEMA report. Was it your understanding that the same time periods that applied in the 2013 SEMA report would apply to the recommendations in the 2015 report?
Yes.
Okay. On what basis? Why did you have that understanding?
I just simply followed along with what they had been doing. And so I just assumed, I made an assumption at the time of the report that their short term was still the way they were reporting short term from the first report.
Okay. And did SEMA ever tell you that that was the case?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. I am about to move on to another topic, and I know that it is exactly 11:30, so now might be a nice time for our morning break.
That's fine. Is there a need for council to meet in the breakout room?
I don't think there is at this time.
Good. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 11:45.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. White, just before the break, we were discussing the final version of the recommendation report on the 2015 SEMA report and the timing of the medium-term recommendations. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 24700 and put it split screen at image 1 and put it split screen with HAM 24702? Thank you very much. So Mr. White, just for your reference, this is Appendix B that we were just speaking about, and this is the first page of that recommendation report. Registrar, could you call out item B under recommendation? So Mr. White, you'll see that the recommendation says that the design with request to the medium and long-term items in report PW 15091 as Appendix B be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan TMP update. At this point in time, when did you expect the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update to be available?
I can't answer that question. I had nothing to do with it. The folks doing that work worked for Mr. Mader.
Okay. Was it your understanding that these medium-term options, which are listed in the appendix as 2 to 5 years, were being deferred until that the outcome of that master plan was determined?
That's what the recommendation states.
Okay. And did you know if that the transportation master plan outcome or update would occur within 2 to 5 years of this staff report?
I think my recollection at the time was that the Transportation Master Plan update was almost complete at that time. But I don't clearly recollect the target date.
Okay. And you don't know when it was completed?
No, I know it was completed, but I don't know when that was.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. Could you please take us to OD 7, image 71, paragraphs 222 to 228. Image, yes. I think you'll have to call up the next image as well. So Mr. White, in December 2015, there is some back and forth between yourself, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. Ferguson about whether or not the 2015 SEMA report will be appended to the staff report that we were just looking at. When your staff were working to prepare that 2015 SEMA report, was it your expectation that it would be shared with councillors?
Well, like the last report, we had never shared a report with councillors. This wasn't a discussion to put it into the report. It was a discussion about whether or not we should, what was the appropriate thing to do to put it to councillors. And I think we ultimately provided it to Ms. Leduc.
Okay. So it wasn't your expectation generally that a consultant report would be appended? Yes,
I think we, at least between myself and yourself, have established that I was never aware of that happening.
Okay. Registrar, could you call out OD paragraph 228, which is just the next image over on image 73? And you'll see, so this is an email that you send in response to Ms. Leduc's email advising that she is going to make the 2015 report available. To Mr. Ferguson, you say, Ferg, she is right. John is cautious, but I would rather they had access now between me and you as it is done now. Why did you want them to have access to the 2015 SEMA report if it wasn't generally, if consultant reports were not generally appended to staff reports?
Because we said we would make it available to them. We had sent it already. I believe we'd already sent it to Ms. Leduc at clerks. We were ready to have it circulated. And when I say it's done now, we'd already told them.
Why did you say in the report that you would make it available? Why did you want them to have it?
I don't really remember.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. Could you please call up OD7, image 74, paragraph 233? And I think just for context, we should also call up image 73 as well. So the staff report on the 2015 SEMA Link report and Red Hill Valley Parkway report is presented to the Public Works Committee on December 7th, 2015. It's my understanding that you were not present at this Public Works Committee meeting.
That is correct. I was not present.
Registrar, could you please pull up paragraph 223? Sorry, 233 and 234, please. Thank you. So this is a summary of events at the meeting. Councillor Marula asked Mr. Moore, who was present at the meeting, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city used low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO in constructing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway type roadways. Did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Cooper report Councillor Marula's questions or Mr. Moore's statements to you about the mix of pavement asphalt on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I have no recollection of that.
Mr. Moore also informed the Public Works Committee that the MTO had performed the initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. He also informed the Public Works Committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after, in approximately 2012 to 2013, finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well. He stated, "We have no concerns about the surface mix." Did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Cooper convey the information that Mr. Moore gave about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway back to you after this meeting?
I was made aware of it afterwards. I don't know who gave it to me and when, but I was certainly aware of these comments after the fact.
Okay. What do you recall about how and when you became aware of these comments?
I don't recall how and when I became aware of the comments. I'm sorry.
Do you
Just
recall
know
any-
that I was made aware of the comments, particularly the friction testing part. I don't know anything about asphalt, so it probably didn't register with me.
Okay. Did anyone reach out to you with follow-up questions about the comments that Mr. Moore had made at this meeting?
Nope.
When you became aware of Mr. Moore's comments about friction testing, did you ask Mr. Moore about the 2012-2013 friction testing that he mentioned to the Public Works Committee?
Well, I think at this point in time, Jeff Lupton and John were aware of these comments. And quite frankly, at this point in time, most of these discussions were being held at the director level. So I was letting that take its course.
Okay. So I understand you to say that you didn't follow up because you understood that Mr. Lupton and Mr. Mader would be dealing with this? Is that fair?
Yes. Well, yes, that's true.
Okay. So then you didn't direct your staff to reach out to Mr. Moore to ask him about the friction testing results or request them?
I have no memory of doing so.
Registrar, could you please call out HAM 43374 and pull up both image 1 and 2, please?
Sorry, Council, HM 437.
43374. And the second, thank you. On December 9th, 2015, A community group called the Lakewood Beach Community Council sends an email to the office of the mayor and a number of other councillors. Registrar, could you pull out the email from the Lakewood community based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review? So the second paragraph with the points as well, and then continuing on to the next page. So the Lakewood Beach Community Council says, based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review, the consultants are recommending a pavement friction test be conducted at a cost of $40,000. This was not on the short-term list of recommendations from staff. However, we feel the cost benefit of conducting this test would be money well spent and is warranted because of the Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review study results. And they go on to list collision statistics from the SEMA report. And then they go on the next page to say, in addition, when speaking to the public, most state that the road feels slippery on the Red Hill. We have not heard this about the link. This is backed by the fact that the majority of comments during the online media articles following collisions state that the public feels the pavement might be a contributing factor to those collisions, in addition to speed, obviously. Registrar, you can close these call outs just so we can see the full email chain. Mr. White, do you recall this email from the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
I don't think it was sent to me, but I ultimately read it, yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
Yes, they were a group out of the north end of Stony Creek who were active in their local community.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM? Oh, I think yes, sorry, it's the same at the top image. If you could call out Councillor Jackson's response. So Councillor Jackson thanks the Lakewood Beach Community for the Council for their comments, and he says that he will refer their correspondence to the next Public Works Committee meeting. Okay. Registrar, if you could please close this out and take us into OD 7, image 80 at paragraph 251. And maybe leave the resolution in above as well. And include 252, so the whole top of that. Yes, thank you. So there's a resolution that directs this correspondence to the Public Works Committee. On December 13th, Ms. Wunderlich forwards it, and Mr. Matter in turn forwards it to Mr. Lupton and you, copying Mr. Ferguson, and he writes, please coordinate with Gary so that we can send a response to this group. Mr. Ferguson cuts Mr. Mader and Mr. Lupton from the email and responds only to you. He says, do we answer them? I'm confused. Why would Mr. Ferguson be confused? Why was Mr. Ferguson confused about whether your group should respond to the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
I can only presume because friction testing was not within our portfolio.
And is that your understanding as to why Mr. Mader directed you to coordinate with Gary for a response?
Yes, so Mr. Mader appears to be requesting us to find out the information and make the correspondence rather than sending the concern to Mr. Moore to do it himself.
Registrar, could you take us to paragraphs 343 and 346, which are on page 1, image 109? And I think call up the image before as well. Thank you. So on January 28, 2016, Councillor Jackson emails Mr. Ferguson about the agenda for the Public Works committee meeting on February 1st, 2016, which I believe is the next meeting after the December meeting. And he says, Registrar, could you please call out the email that is sent to Mr. Ferguson? And he says, Dear Superintendent Ferguson, have you had a chance to look over and review item number 52? I had suggested to this group that when I referred this correspondence from a past City Council meeting to this Public Works Committee meeting, that even though a number of their suggestions were already being considered by your department and on your council approved to-do list, I would still consult with you to determine if their correspondence had any new suggestions that were worthy of your review and possible report to committee in the future. And if you could close that down, Registrar, please. So item 52 on the agenda was correspondence from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review. So that's their email requesting that friction testing be conducted as a short-term measure. Registrar, could you please pull out Mr. Ferguson's reply, so paragraphs 345 to 347. And so Mr. Ferguson responds the same day. He copies you into the email chain. And he writes, I believe as part of the overall works, this is already being covered off, road friction testing. I have copied Director Moore for clarification. Councillor Jackson replies that he will move to receive the correspondence only as a result of that information if Director Moore concurs. And Mr. Ferguson agrees with that direction. What basis did Mr. Ferguson have to provide Councillor Jackson with information about how I'm sorry, let me rephrase this. At the time that he sent this email, what knowledge did Mr. Ferguson have about engineering services intentions to conduct friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't really know.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 43575? And if you could call out the bottom email from Mr. Ferguson. So on February 16, 2016, Mr. Ferguson emails the Lakewood Beach Community Council, and he says, so the second paragraph in this email, he says, your email was requesting that the identified friction test for the Red Hill Valley Parkway be considered for short-term testing. Through support from the Public Works Committee, I'm pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. Do you recall seeing this email? For your reference, you're copied at the top of it.
Yeah, no, I don't remember this particular email. I remember the entire issue, but I don't remember the detail of the email.
And Mr. Ferguson copies the Office of the Mayor and a number of, I believe, the Public Works Committee councillors on this email.
Yeah, it seems so.
Okay, as well as Mr. Moore.
It looks like he got all the members of council and Mr. Moore.
Registrar, could you close down this caller? What basis did Mr. Ferguson have to advise the Lakewood Beach Community Council that engineering services would be conducting friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
I don't know. John had requested that he coordinate with Gary. This is an email he sends not long after. I wasn't involved in the discussions.
Okay. And so you'll see you're not copied on this email, but Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Ferguson and he says, perfect. Would that be consistent with your assumption that this direction or information is coming from Mr. Moore to Mr. Ferguson?
I don't know. Mr. Moore is commenting on the email as being appropriate for him, I suppose. I can only imagine that the friction testing was coming from Mr. Moore because it was his responsibility to conduct it.
Right. So the email that says engineering services will be completing friction testing in 2016, Mr. Moore is saying it's perfect.
Sorry, Mr. Moore is what?
responding, you said he's responding that the email is perfect?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
Was it your understanding at this point in time that engineering services would conduct pavement friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
Yes,
Why?
because it says so in Dave's email. I don't think Dave would have written that if it was not happening, or if he had not been told it was happening.
Had you had any discussions with Mr. Ferguson about the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway outside of this email chain?
In generically or about this particular item?
About this particular item, so friction testing on the Red Hill Valley.
No, David was asked by John Mader to coordinate with Mr. Moore, and he did so.
Okay. Registrar, if you could take this down and take us to OD7, image 112, paragraphs 353 and 354. So shortly after that email exchange in February 23rd, 2016, the Lakewood Beach Community Council puts in a delegation request to the Public Works Committee. Ms. Cameron, who is Mr. Moore's administrative assistant, forwards this email to a number of people, including Mr. Mader and Mr. Moore. Mr. Mader in turn forwards this email chain to you, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. Ferguson. And Mr. Lupton responds, guys, let's make sure we attend. I think we have some history on this one. Do you recall this email exchange?
Not particularly.
What history did you understand Mr. Lupton to be referring to?
Well, we had some history with that group and Ms. Saunders for a number of traffic safety related items. Along with the motion or the council receiving them as their request that Mr. Jackson put forward, Councillor Jackson.
Register, could you close this call out and call out paragraph 355? Actually, can you close this and do 355 and 356 simultaneously, please? Thank you. So you'll see that later that day, you respond to Mr. Lupton, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Ferguson, and you say, without looking at it, it's the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety stuff. Dave provided this group and council an email update last week at Councillor Jackson's request. The issue is mostly the asphalt friction test, which Gary says is done. We have asked for a copy of the results, but we haven't seen it yet. We will be in attendance. When did Mr. Moore tell you that the friction testing had been done?
You know, I'm sorry, I just can't pinpoint that. We obviously knew it had been done at this point. This is 3 years after it was initialized.
Okay.
I don't know what date I knew.
So you said this is 3 years after it was initialized. So when you wrote this email, were you referencing the friction testing from 2013 or the friction testing that Mr. Ferguson had advised the Lakewood Beach Community Council that engineering services would conduct in 2016?
I only knew of the 2013. At this point, we knew that it was being conducted. I had no other further information other than when Gary said he commented on it.
Okay, so at this point in time, the only friction testing results that you knew had been done were those from 2013?
Correct.
You say we have asked for a copy of the results but haven't seen it yet. Does that help to refresh your memories about when you asked Mr. Moore for a copy of the friction testing results?
No, it does not, but it certainly confirms in my mind that we asked for it.
Okay.
Do you recall? I
Sorry,
just
go
don't
ahead.
remember doing so.
Do you recall how Mr. Moore responded to requests for the friction testing data?
Frankly, I don't think I ever got a response. I don't know. I don't really remember.
When you say you don't think you ever got a response, do you mean there was just silence when you asked him?
I'm sorry, I just don't remember the actual occurrence of asking him, but I certainly know I never got anything. And, you know, in the middle there is I got no answer.
Okay. So on February 25th, 2016, Mr. Moore responds to Ms. Cameron's email about the delegation request. So this is not the chain that you and Mr. Lupton and Mr. Mader and Mr. Ferguson have been on. And he says, but you are copied on this. And he says, some roughness, skid resistance, friction testing has been done. However, I'm still trying to get the analysis for it and to put it into context. Like, how does this compare to other highways of similar types? MTO is very guarded of this information and does not share numbers due to liability and concerns they will form part of a legal action. We should be similarly wary. And I can pull out this email chain for you if you'd like to look at the entire exchange. But what was your understanding about which friction testing Mr. Moore was referencing when he said that it had been conducted and needed to be analyzed?
I only know of the 2013 request for friction testing. That's all I knew about. That's all I still know about.
Okay, so you didn't understand this email to suggest that engineering services had completed the friction testing that Mr. Ferguson advised they would conduct on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
I don't think it was that. It wasn't. It was still in February of 2016. So it could only have been, in my mind, one source.
Okay. Did you take any steps after receiving this email to ask for the analysis and context for the friction testing that Mr. Moore referenced?
I do not recollect. I don't remember that.
Would it have been your practice to follow up on an email like this?
You know, we're sitting here later on. Gary's been asked for it a number of times. I wasn't, at this point, I still feel that it was at the director level to get this information and, or at the GM level, and I was unable to obtain this information. So repeatedly asking a question without an answer is pointless.
Okay, and so your evidence is that you had repeatedly asked for it at this point, and in your view, it was now the responsibility of Mr. Lupton and Mr. Mader to follow up with Mr. Moore?
My evidence is that I had asked for it. Repeatedly is maybe misleading.
Okay.
I'd asked for it more than once, and that includes my staff. I certainly am pretty certain I made Mr. Lupton aware that we didn't have it. He knew, and Mr. Mader knew that we did not have it. And I was unable to obtain it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Lupton or Mr. Mader take steps to obtain the friction testing results?
Well, I don't have a clue what they did, they did, and I never attended nor saw minutes of meetings from DMT or with Gary.
Okay. Registrar, if you could close this out and take us to OD 7, image 124, paragraphs 395 to 398. And you'll probably have to go over to the next image. So in May 2016, you exchanged emails with Mr. Moore about the timeline for the implementation of countermeasures on the 2015 SEMA report. And Registrar, if you can pull out paragraph 397 for Mr. White. So you'll see that you reach out to him about an update, and Mr. Moore responds, the only comment I have is that we are possibly looking at pavement rehab work on the Red Hill in 2017. I would not plan on any pavement work this year, as it will likely be overlaid next year. Was this the first you'd heard of plans to rehabilitate the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017?
Yes.
Registrar, you can close that. Thank you. And if you could please take us to OD 7, image 150, paragraphs 454 and 456. So I'm jumping ahead a bit in time just for your reference, Mr. White. And we are now in January of 2017. And you'll see Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Moore and Mr. Sadawi, who I believe is the manager of asset management. Is that right?
Mr. Sadawi was manager. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of his actual title, but he managed that group, yes.
Okay. Under the subject line, repaving Red Hill Valley Parkway, he copies you. And he says, just following up on plans for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, you had mentioned last year that you were planning on repaving the Red Hill, and that we should be holding off on installing the reflective markers until that time. And he asked for a timeline for the repaving.
Yes.
Was this a follow-up to the email exchange that we just looked at from May 2016?
Sorry, I can't connect it. I'm not sure.
Okay. Why did Mr. Ferguson reach out to Mr. Moore about the resurfacing plans for the Red Hill in January 2017?
I think this is at the time when we were trying to install the pavement markers in the roadway, but I'm not confident of that because I've lost the timeline again.
Okay. So I think the May 16th email that we had just looked at, Mr. Moore had suggested that you might want to hold off on the installation of the traffic reflectors.
Okay.
The planned repaving.
Right.
And now
good.
we have Mr. Ferguson asking about the timeline again. Does that help to refresh your memory about why he's following up on it?
Yes,
Why is he following up on it?
because we wanted to install the reflectors, and if they were going to resurface the roadway, they'd all be immediately removed. So it wouldn't be a cost effective to put them in and have them removed when they remove the top sheet of asphalt.
Okay. And you'd held off on installing them in May 2016 because Mr. Moore had advised of potential rehabilitation?
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to OD 7 image 151 at paragraphs 458 and 459? And if you could call up image 2 so that Mr. White can see the full email exchange. Thank you. So there's a meeting on February 6, 2017 about repaving work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall attending this meeting?
Just give me a moment to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Take your time.
And I also think I might have been working for Ms. Matthews Malone at this point. Okay, so Betty is asking for scope, basically.
Do you recall what was discussed at this meeting?
I don't recall being at the meeting.
Okay. As of February 2017, was it your understanding that there was any connection with the friction testing that Mr. Moore and Engineering Services had done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the planned repaving?
I had no reason to believe there was a connection.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD 7, image 165, paragraph 490? Thank you. So on February 22nd, 2017, Mr. White emails, or sorry, you email Mr. Mader, Mr. Lepton, and Mr. Ferguson under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway, and you notify them about a fatal crossover collision. You say, just a heads up that there was another crossover fatality on the Red Hill Valley Parkway last night. We need to review the SEMA report on barriers, as these fatals can likely be mitigated with a barrier system. Vision Zero is about reducing fatalities and serious injuries. At this point in time, was it your view that a barrier system on the Red Hill Valley Parkway could mitigate fatal crossover collisions?
Specifically, it could mitigate serious injury and fatalities because you could still have the crossover, but if there was a barrier, the vehicle would not necessarily travel into the opposing direction lanes.
And I understand that there was a bit of a difference of opinion on this within the Public Works Department. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, maybe you could define that difference of opinion. I'm not sure. Dave and I were of the same opinion.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 858? And if you could pull up the second page as well, please. So on February 24th, 2017, Mr. Andoga, who is in asset management, reaches out to you and Mr. Ferguson and advises of the planned repaving schedule for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you'll see, Registrar, if you can highlight in addition to identifying the last email there. He says, in addition to identifying the traffic needs, is there a preference to the schedule of work to be performed? And you can close that down. So my understanding of this email is that Mr. Andoga is effectively asking for information about what your department would propose be included in the scope for the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
That was a standard practice for all construction projects.
Okay.
Traffic was a partner in putting scope into projects along with other departments. And so we were following the process. We put in scope the things we felt should be reviewed, looked at, or funded or investigated into the scope of the project.
Okay. And who made the ultimate decision about what was and wasn't included in the scope of a project?
Not us, somebody on that side of the engineering services world.
So someone in the engineering services department made that decision?
Yeah, asset management or whatever. Yes, somebody over there made those decisions.
Okay. Registrar, could you call out Mr. Ferguson's response to Mr. Andoga, so the middle email in this chain? So you'll see that on February 28, Mr. Ferguson says that your group has completed a review of the safety reports for both of the roadways, and then provides a number of comments.
Okay.
Sure, if you can call out the points. So you'll see slightly down the page at 6 and at point 6, Mr. Ferguson says, we have also conducted a 5-year collision history review of both roadways with a specific focus on crossover incidents. Based on this evaluation, we have identified 2 segments of concern that barriers would be installed, the link Upper Paradise to West 5th and the Red Hill Valley Parkway, Dartnell to King Street. So your group was proposing the inclusion of barriers in the scope for the resurfacing?
That's correct.
Registrar, if you could please close this and call out Mr. Andoga's reply. So Mr. Andoga replies, and on item 6, he says, item 6 being the installation of barriers will be a sensitive issue. What was your understanding about why the installation of barriers on the Red Hill or link would be a sensitive issue at this time?
I don't really know. That's Mr. Andoga's comment.
In your view, would it be a sensitive issue?
I didn't think so.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can close this out. And if you could please take us to HAM 25870 at image 3. Actually, let's keep the first page of this report up as well, and call out image 3 beside it. So Mr. White can see the title of the report.
Yeah, this is not a council report.
You're right. This is an information update. Thank you for that. Can you explain the difference between an information update and a staff report?
Yes, it doesn't go to committee. It's just information that is distributed to councillors for their information, and they can use it for whatever purposes they need.
Okay.
It didn't go to a committee, didn't need to be voted on or approved. It simply was information.
And I see that you have submitted this information update. Why did you submit it?
I believe if you look at the title bar, John must have been off and asked me to, or Betty might have been off. I'm not sure who I reported to at that day. Probably Betty. I was appointed as acting director in their absence. I believe I was reporting to Betty then, frankly.
And this is an information update on the short-term improvements from the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link SEMA reports from 2015.
I believe so.
Okay. And you'll see, so Appendix B, which I've called out beside the front page,
Yes.
includes the medium and long-term safety improvements from the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yes.
And it's listed, conduct pavement friction testing as completed.
Yes.
Why is pavement friction testing listed as completed there?
Because Gary said it was completed.
Okay, so that information is included based on representations from Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Did you reach out to Mr. Moore for the friction testing results in connection with the preparation of this report?
Again, at this point in time, we'd asked a number of times. We did not get the answer. And I don't recollect asking specifically again at this point.
Do you recall if you directed your staff to follow up with Mr. Moore about those friction testing results before you submitted this report?
I do
Or
not.
the
recall.
information update, sorry.
Yeah, I do not recall.
Were you content to rely on Mr. Moore's representation in submitting this information to council?
Again, Mr. Moore was a credible engineer and gave advice, and I was following along with the things he was stating as fact.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down, and if you could call up HAM 888, please. So just to orient you, the information update that we were just looking at is circulated on March 24th, 2017. This is a calendar invitation for a May 1st meeting that is circulated to Mr. Mader, Mr. Dan McKinnon, Mr. Moore, Miss Matthews Malone, yourself, Mr. Ferguson, and Jason Warren. At this point,
And just note, sorry, Al Kilpatrick's there too, and he was the guy doing the TMP.
okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And Mr. McKinnon, at this point, was the general manager of Public Works, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you recall this meeting on May 1st?
I recall several similar meetings. If you have any information that can guide me a little bit more, I'd appreciate it.
I am happy to assist. Registrar, could you please call out HAM 889? So you'll see that attached to this calendar appointment, there is an agenda. So this is the agenda for the meeting that's circulated with the calendar appointment.
Right.
And you'll see it lists a number of items, including item number 4, which is friction testing.
Right.
Does that help to assist you with your recollection about this meeting?
It certainly rings a bell, yes.
Okay.
I would not have
noted-
passed up a meeting like this, so I'm sure I was there.
Okay. I note that this gathering lists mostly directors on the attendees, save for yourself, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Warren.
And Mr. Kilpatrick was a
And
manager.
what was his role? He was a manager.
His role was manager of transportation planning.
Okay.
And he was my counterpart in John's department, whatever they called us that day.
Okay.
I'm not sure what our title was at that point.
Fair enough. What was the purpose of this meeting?
Well, I didn't call it, so it looks like an update type of meeting to discuss all the outstanding items.
Okay. Do you know why the agenda lists friction testing?
No, it's not my agenda, so I don't know.
Were the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway discussed at the meeting?
I don't have a clear recollection of that at all.
You don't know one way or the other if it was discussed?
That is correct.
Do you recall if Mr. Moore was asked for the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
Well, I certainly know that he was asked for them at a meeting that had directors at it. I don't know if this was it, because there was also another one very similar. So I'm confused between the two. I know for a fact he was asked for it. And I didn't have any result.
So it's my understanding that at this meeting, Mr. Warren gave a PowerPoint presentation. Registrar, could you call up HAM 25976?
Okay, that rings a bell now. That just clarified which meeting this was.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about how that helped to clarify the purpose of this meeting for you?
Because I had asked Dave to have his staff prepare an update of all the things going on with the RHVP and Link. And I recollect the PowerPoint presentation now. I don't remember the talking points so much as I remember Mr. Warren presenting this document.
Okay. Do you recall why you directed Mr. Ferguson to have Mr. Warren prepare this PowerPoint in the first place?
I think John wanted to update everybody and put us all on the same page, and I saw that as a prudent thing to do at this point in time.
Okay. Was there concern that between the various departments you weren't on the same page about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think the concern was that, well, you know, here, go back in time now. I don't even remember if John was there. If you have an attendance list, that would be useful.
So Mr. Mader is the one who circulates the calendar invitation.
Okay. So Betty isn't my director yet. Okay.
I believe that Miss Matthews Malone becomes your director in January 2018.
Okay. Thank you. I went through a few changes. Yes. So Mr. Mader wanted to make sure everybody knew what was going on and be on the same page, and hence this PowerPoint put together by Mr. Warren.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to image 9 of this PowerPoint presentation? And I call it out so it's a little bit more visible. It is not, I think in the red box it says incomplete, but so this is an update from the PowerPoint presentation about the November 2013 staff report on the 2013 SEMA report. And you'll see there at the top that friction testing is listed as completed.
Okay.
To your knowledge, was that accurate?
That is what Mr. Moore had told us.
Okay. And your staff had included that information based on Mr. Moore's representations. Friction
Correct.
testing had been completed.
That is correct.
Okay. And as of May 1st, 2017, so that's the time of this meeting, had you seen any of the friction testing results?
No.
Registrar, could you please take us to image 18 and call it out as well? Thank you. So you see this is a similar slide with respect to the 2015 SEMA report. And again, at the top there, it lists conduct pavement friction testing as complete. To your knowledge, was that accurate? Had pavement friction testing been conducted pursuant to the recommendation in the 2015 SEMA report?
I think that's referring to the 2013 friction testing as being complete.
So you think that that is marked completed with respect to the 2015 report because of the testing completed in 2013?
Yes.
To your knowledge, had friction testing been completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2015 or 2016?
I'm not aware of any other friction testing other than the friction testing Gary told us he had conducted.
Okay. And you always understood Mr. Moore's references to be with respect to the November 2013 friction testing?
Correct.
Had you heard anything from Mr. Moore about Mr. Ferguson's statement to the Lakewood Beach Community Council and to Council that engineering services would conduct friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
Well, I didn't hear that directly at all, but
You were copied on the email.
Yes, but I didn't have that discussion. And I would say, I think there was an intent to redo it for the rest of the facility. If you recollect, 2013 dealt with a very short segment of roadway. And it would be my impression that it should be conducted at other points along the roadway if in fact we were going to use it or do it.
It was your understanding that the friction testing conducted in 2013 was not conducted along the entire Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, it wasn't, because it was associated with the limitations of the 2013 study area.
I just want to give you a chance to clarify. I think that yesterday you had said that your understanding was that the friction testing in November 2013 was not connected to the 2013 SEMA report. And I just want to put that to you.
Oh, really? I know, I don't think that. I thought that well, now I'm a bit confused.
Okay.
Following the 2013 report, he moved forward with doing friction testing. So I assume it was related to the report.
Okay. And you assume that it was on a limited area of the Red Hill?
Well, the scope of the 2013 was just that segment between Green Hill and Mud Street.
Okay.
I don't know where it occurred. I've never seen the results to this date.
Understood. Registrar, could you please take us to image 31? And call that out again as well. So you'll see that at the end of the PowerPoint presentation, there is a listing of a number of outstanding business items. What did your group want to do in order to address these items as of May 1st, 2017?
Sorry, what did I want to do? I have to see what they are.
Yep, absolutely. Review it.
I'm not sure what each of them are because there's no expansion of their HVP and link. That was tied to the TMP. That would have been basically widening. That's not my jurisdiction. That was transportation was doing the TMP. And if anything came of that, Mr. Moore's group would be responsible for the design and build. Photo radar on the link on our HVP was traffics and transportations. We had to accomplish something there. Traffic count feasibility study. I'm not exactly clear on what that is at this point in time. Traffic counts were still under Gary Moore's group at that time. Engineering services. So traffic incidents on the Lincoln RHVP, we continued to monitor collisions on the facilities. I'm not sure what we were to report back on. At this point, looking backwards at this, it doesn't have the direction with it.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. Thank you. If you could take us to OD7, image 182, paragraph 528. And I think for context, pull up the next page. Yes, thank you very much. So on May 26, 2017, so that's after the meeting that we were just discussing, Ms. Graham, who is in communications, emails Mr. Moore under the subject line reporter questions. And she says, Martin and David Ferguson met with a reporter from the spec yesterday to go over safety improvements along the Link and Red Hill. They did not answer some questions related to lighting and pavement and have referred the reporter to you. Do we have anything we could provide her? Council updates about lighting and pavement. And then Registrar, if you could pull out that line on the next page. Thank you. She goes on to say, she has also asked for a copy of the pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. I had not heard of this before. Is it a public document? Do you recall meeting with a reporter from the Hamilton Spectator in or around May 25th, 2017?
I met with the reporter. Dave and I met with the reporter in my office, and I presume it was that meeting that's being referred to.
Do you recall if it was Nicole O'Reilly from the Hamilton Spectator?
Actually, yes, it was Nicole O'Reilly.
Did she ask you about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at that meeting?
You know, I don't really remember that she asked me that question. She might have.
Registrar, if you could close this out, please, and take us to paragraph 529, which is on image 183. So shortly after that exchange, Ms. O'Reilly from The Spectator emails Councillor Conley, and she says, nice chatting to you. If you can, I'm interested in info on the pavement friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway last year. And you're not copied on this. I'm just taking you through it to give you some context. If you could take us now, Registrar, to paragraph 531. On June 1st, 2017, Mr. Riberick, who is Councillor Conley's assistant, emails Mr. Ferguson under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing, and he copies Councillor Conley. And he asks, was there pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway last year? And if so, what were the results? Around the same time, or a few days later, Registrar, if you could take us to 537, which is on 184. Thank you. So a few days later, on June 5th, 2017, Councillor Conley emails Mr. Moore and you under the subject line payment friction testing, which I believe is a typo. He copies Mr. Riberick and he says, on my update sheet, it says that pavement friction testing is completed. What were the results of that testing? Do you remember receiving this email from Councillor Conley?
I do.
Did you understand this question to be in reference to the information update that you had circulated in March or May, I believe, advising that friction testing had been completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
That's very likely.
At this point, had you seen the results of any friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I have never seen the results of any friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and still haven't.
Okay. Registrar, if you could close this out, please, and call out paragraph 539. So you forward this email from Councillor Conley to Mr. White, to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Mader, and you say, let's see what answer he gets. Why did you respond to this email in that way?
Because I was curious to see what answer he gets. Literally, to see if he got an answer.
Because you hadn't received an answer?
Because I have not, none of us have received an answer.
At this point, was it well known within your group that Mr. Moore would not release the friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway when asked?
At this point in time, we were all aware that we did not have the friction testing results. So we had nothing to go by.
Were you all aware that requests had been made to Mr. Moore for those results?
Well, I was, Dave was, John and Jeff were. I can't speak to the rest of my group.
Okay. Were you, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Lupton of the view that Mr. Moore would not respond to results for friction testing results at this point in time?
I don't know what view that Mr. Mader or Mr. Lupton had. I think Dave and I had sort of resigned ourselves to the fact that we were moving along anyway.
Without the results?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. Thank you very much. And if you could call up paragraph 544, which is on the next image. So you respond to Councillor Conley and Mr. Moore. You copy Mr. Riberick, Mr. Andoga, and Mr. Sadawi, who I believe we've established Mr. Andoga and Mr. Sadawi were in asset management.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you say, hi, Doug, traffic doesn't have the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing results. I believe asset management has this info. Why did you believe that asset management would have the Red Hill Valley Parkway friction testing results?
Because they were a division under Gary, I just assumed that that's the location it would be, perhaps erroneously.
Okay. Was it in connection to the email in September 2013 in which Mr. Moore had said he would conduct the testing for asset management purposes?
Well, I probably wouldn't have remembered that connection 4 years later, so I probably would say no.
Okay. Registrar, if you could close this call out, please, and call out paragraphs 204 and 205, which are at image 187. I'm sorry, I think I have that wrong. 187, paragraph 254 and 255. If you could call out onto the next page, the next image. And if you could, sorry, could you minimize that call out, please? And if you could put the previous image up. So 187. Thank you. So if you could call out paragraph 248, please. 548, I am sorry, Registrar. On June 27, 2017, Mr. Riverick emails Mr. Sadawi, you, Mr. Moore, and Councillor Conley under the subject line, pavement friction testing. And he says, Doug is still looking for this information. Has anyone found it yet? And Registrar, you can close this down. Thank you. Okay, and you respond to that. If you could call out 249, please. So you respond to that email from Mr. Riverick. You say to Mr. Mader, this isn't going to go away, I don't think. Why did you send that email to Mr. Mader?
Because I thought John should be aware that this was a continuing theme that was going on, that he needed to know that it was continuously going forward, and that now Councillor Conley had asked for it, and it wasn't going to just disappear. I guess in a backhanded way, I was hoping that he might action something with it, but that was just my personal hope.
Okay. And when you say this was a continuing theme, can you tell me what exactly you're referring to?
People asking for the results of the friction testing and having no results.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call up paragraphs 552? So shortly after that, Mr. Sadawi responds to Mr. Riverick, you and Mr. Moore and Councillor Conley, copying Mr. Andoga. And he says, I wasn't able to track down skid resistance information. However, we are proposing to resurface the Red Hill Valley Parkway starting next year. And Mr. Sadawi is manager of asset management.
Yes.
And I understand from the previous emails that we looked at that you expected that it would be asset management that had the friction testing results. Is that fair?
Well, I thought so at the time.
Okay. Did you find it concerning when you saw this email from Mr. Sadawi advising that asset management didn't have the friction testing results?
No, I wasn't surprised.
Why weren't you surprised?
Because nobody had the reports.
You didn't think anyone at the city had the reports?
Well, I certainly don't think, I don't know. I don't know where the report was, the results of the friction testing. But I wasn't surprised that they didn't have it. I don't know why. I just wasn't even sure who should have had it.
Who did you think would have a copy of the results?
Well, quite frankly, I would have thought that they would if they were programming, but I am not confirmed that that's the way it works.
Did you think
I'm not internal in that department, so I don't know.
Understood. Did you think that Mr. Moore had a copy of the reports at this point in time?
If it was complete and he made comments about it, then I would think logically he knew what it was.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out, and if you could call out HAM 52704. So this is an article that Ms. O'Reilly publishes in The Spectator on July 15th, 2017. called Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? Do you recall reviewing this media article?
Yeah, I know. I read it because I was contributing to the portion of it that was traffics, David and I.
Okay. Registrar, could you call up image 2, please? At the bottom of this, if you could call out the bottom half of this, just so that we can see it a little bit better. So you'll see about halfway down the call out, there's a line that starts, the Red Hill Valley Parkway was originally paved with stone mastic asphalt, a more expensive mix that's supposed to last longer. It is known to be slightly more slippery, though still meeting provincial standards in the first few months, but typically has better friction once the road is worn down. It goes on to say, yet that 2015 engineering report, and that's a reference to the 2015 SEMA report, found crashes when the road is wet are inexplicably going up, not down, and recommended the city study friction. And the city did test friction later that year, the Spectator has learned, but the results were never made public. There is no official report, Mr. Moore said, only an informal chart sent in an email in December 2015. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive, he said. But instead of doing further testing, as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. Did Mr. Moore ever tell you about there being an informal chart setting out the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No,
And he never provided you with a copy of an informal chart?
I have not seen any results of friction testing on the facility ever, of any kind.
Understood. Registrar, could you close this call out and pull up image 3? And just pull out the very top couple of sentences there. Thank you. So you'll see at the top, the article goes on and it says that Mr. Moore says, all we got was an indication that we should do further work. It was moot when we decided to go ahead with the repaving. The city refused to share the chart with the Spectator. No one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit, Mr. Moore said. Had you been advised at this point in time by Mr. Moore or anyone else about the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, giving an indication that the city should do further work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I have never seen the results of friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or anywhere else, ever.
Okay. And you'd never have had any discussions with Mr. Moore about it indicating that the city should consider further work?
No.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore about this article or the friction testing references or comments attributed to him in it?
I don't believe I talked to him about it, no.
Did you note those references when you reviewed the article?
I don't really remember, but I did read the article.
Okay. And to your knowledge, again, had engineering services done friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in late 2015 or 2016 as suggested by the article?
I had no idea that anything further had been done.
At this point in time, had you ever been advised that the repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway had a connection to friction testing?
No, I had no indication that the two were connected.
Okay. The article says that the city refused to share the chart with the Spectator, as no one releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit, and that comment is attributed to Mr. Moore. Were you involved in this city's decision not to share the informal chart with the Spectator?
I didn't see the informal chart. I don't know anything about the informal chart. I never referenced the informal chart to the reporter. And no.
Okay. Do you know who would have made that decision about releasing friction testing information to the Spectator?
I can only presume Mr. Moore.
Why would you think it would be Mr. Moore?
Because he's the one who says it and he's the one who was interviewed.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, you can close this. And if you could take us to OD7 image 158 at paragraph 475. And if you could pull up the next image as well, thank you. So in June 2017, there is some back and forth between your group and asset management about the scope of the repaving for the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay.
Mr. Warren sends a proposed scope to Sarath Vala, who is, I believe, is the project manager in design.
Okay.
On June 12, 2017. I'm not going to ask you questions. I'm just orienting you to this exchange.
Okay, thank you.
Not for a minute anyways. And then Mr. Andoga responds, and that's at paragraphs 479. Registrar, if you can pull that up for Mr. White as well. And so this is in response to some back and forth about the scope that you're proposing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving. And Mr. Andoga makes the following comment to you. Upon further review, we will proceed with the project scope as outlined in your email. We are assuming the request mentioned the placement of continuous guide rail and or the previous discussion surrounding lighting improvements will not be required. Council direction as well as a funding source will be required for any such enhancements. Registrar, could you please close this? And pull up paragraph 480 to 482, and you'll have to call up the next image, so image 162 as well. And so you and Mr. Ferguson exchange emails back and forth, including Mr. Mader, about this response from Mr. Andoga. Thank you, Registrar. And you'll see that you respond to this email from Mr. Ferguson, and that's the top email, so up at paragraph 480. And you say, David, if I read this correctly, they are stating that they are rejecting the center barrier and street lighting as they're not required unless we provide a funding source and get council approval. Council direction is still required for the paving as well, so it could all be approved as one capital budget item. From a safety perspective, the barriers will prevent crossover collisions. Should this not be council's call, not Rick Andoga's and Gary's? What is the cost of the barriers for each section of the 4 sections of the repaving? Where do we go with this now? Can you tell me why you sent this email to Mr. Ferguson and why you reacted this way to Mr. Andoga's email?
Well, where's Mr. Andoga's email? Sorry, I lost context again.
We can pull it up again. So Mr. Andoga's email, Registrar, could you take us back to paragraph 479?
Is it the one is it the one we just read where?
Yeah, it's the one we just looked at.
He negates the barriers and the.
Yes, about the barriers and lighting.
Somewhere in here, is there not some connection to the widening, to a widening? I remember something about that.
Following you include the budget with your agreement, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Registrar, could we call out Mr. White's email again, which is at paragraph 480? Do you recall why you sent this email to Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, I was confused. We had put scope in a project. It following the comments we just read on that it appeared that not all of the things we put in scope were going to be done unless we provided a funding source, which was extremely unusual as far as I know, because it was a capital project, but I don't know how much was budgeted for it. So I was confused, and that's what I was I was just sort of talking to Dave through an email, but I was letting John Mader know as well what was going on. And I wasn't quite sure where we went with this now that that had been rejected.
Was it out of the ordinary for asset management to ask you to identify a funding source for something that was going to be included in a capital budget project?
Traffic provided funding for traffic signal rehabilitation during all capital funded roads projects. I'm not familiar with the fact with what other things may have been funded or not funded. So at this point in time, I still thought it should have been covered by the capital budget, frankly, at that point in time.
And when you say council direction is still required for the paving as well, so it could all be approved as one capital budget item, you're indicating your belief that it could all be compiled and approved by council simultaneously?
That was my belief at that point, yes.
Okay. And then you say towards the end of this email, from a safety perspective, the barriers will prevent crossover collisions. Should that not be council's call, not Rick Andoga's and Gary's? What did you mean by that?
Well, I was musing about really whose call is it to do these remedial measures that came forward from the SEMA report. As you can see, we were trying to achieve the recommendations sooner rather than later, but they were not deemed to be in scope of the repaving. It wasn't. So I was confused.
Okay. If these items had been put to council for approval as part of the repaving, would it have been council's call as to whether or not that funding was granted?
I think that's always the case, yes.
Okay. Is that what you wanted to see done here?
I was confused. I don't know what I wanted to see done. I said, where do we go with this now? I wasn't sure what, I was basically hoping that Dave might have a good idea. He and I shared things all the time. And I copied John because I wanted him to know that I was baffled about where we were going.
Okay. Were you concerned that Mr. Andoga and Mr. Moore were making this decision about lighting and barriers in council's place?
Well, I'm used at that, I kind of put that out there, I guess, didn't I? But reality is that they had the right to scope these projects and fund them.
Registrar, if you could close that call out and call out paragraph 481, which is the next one down. So this is Mr. Ferguson's response back to you. And he says he would concur. I would concur. They are saying the barrier and lighting is not required. And he goes on to say, I would recommend that we respond stating that the Transportation Division requires the inclusion of barriers as originally submitted in the previous scope. And that's the top of the second paragraph there. Did you agree with Mr. Ferguson's position as set out in this email?
Yeah, just let me just.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I do. I did.
Registrar, if you could close this and call out the next paragraph, so paragraph 482, which will continue over onto the next image. And so you reply to Mr. Ferguson's email, which copies Mr. Mader. And you say, hi, John, do you wish us to pursue the barriers as Dave suggests below, or do you wish us to forgo the barriers or go it alone later? I will need your support if we are to make any progress with engineering services on this matter, as they have unilaterally decided not to include them in the project. The overhead lighting will not happen while Gary controls the asset, I would expect. How would you like us to proceed, please? Do you recall what the outcome of this exchange with Mr. Mader was?
No, I don't. I'm curious to see what he says back to me. I forget.
If you could close this, I believe that the next paragraph down is the response. If you can call out 483. So Mr. Mader responds. He says, hold on a sec, guys. I thought the barriers were suggested in the SEMA reports to be done in conjunction with the widening. The question of lighting is restricted by the environmental conditions. Let's discuss before we respond. Does that assist you with what Mr. Mader's response was?
Well, that is Mr. Mader's response, I guess, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did he direct you not to pursue the barriers because it was to be considered in conjunction with the widening?
Well, that's not an explicit direction in that.
No, I'm not asking in the
Little
email. I'm
slip.
asking if after this exchange, he directed you not to pursue the barriers.
I don't remember, honestly.
And just circling back to your email to Mr. Mader, you said at the end of that email, the overhead lighting will not happen while Gary controls the asset, I would expect. What did you mean Gary controls the asset?
Excuse me. Street lighting was Mr. Moore's asset to manage.
And he was against overhead lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
That, I don't know if I'd use the word against. He stated repeatedly that the environmental conditions would not allow the installation of lighting on the RHVP.
Thank you very much. I see that I have gone slightly over our scheduled lunch break. I think that I have 10 to 15 more minutes of questions. So I will ask the commissioner if he would like us to break now or if he'd prefer me to continue.
I think we should break now.
Okay.
We'll return at 2:20. Okay, stand adjourned until that time.
Registrar, could you put council into a breakout room, please? Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. White, a couple more questions for you. I'm going to step forward a bit in time, so bear with me. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 46147, please? So for your reference, Mr. White, this is a recommendation report that is prepared for January 15th, 2018. And you'll see there under prepared by, you're listed with Mr. Ferguson. Do you remember working on this recommendation report?
Vaguely, yes.
Do you recall what the purpose of the report was?
You'd have to let me refresh myself.
Sure. Registrar, why don't we put up the second page so Mr. White can take a look at all the recommendations?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, so yes, I remember, we'll have to go through this, but it's basically putting together all the outstanding items and going to Public Works with recommendations related to them.
Okay. Registrar, can we replace image 2 here with image 12? So this report has an appendix, and you'll see again about halfway down, more than halfway down the page, there's a reference to conduct pavement friction testing, which was a medium-term option under the staff report that went to council in December 2015.
Yes.
And it is marked as completed here.
Yes.
Do you recall why you marked friction testing as completed in this report on January 15, 2018?
I think it's following along the lines of the 2013 report where we asked for friction testing, and Gary says it's complete. So we continue to move that along as a completed item.
Okay. And at this point, so January 15, 2018, had you seen the results of any friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
And you made that entry in the report then based on Mr. Moore's representations to you?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, you can close this out. And if you could take us into OD9, image 44, paragraphs 107 and 108. So I'm stepping ahead again, Mr. White, for your reference in time into August of 2018. So in and around this time, so August 2018, your group is preparing the 2017 annual traffic safety status report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that report?
Well, let me just say there's some history on this. There was always a standard collision report outlining the collision statistics for the municipality, and it kind of fell by the wayside for a few years, and we were reestablishing a number of safety programs, all of which required collision data. And this collision report was the re-embodiment, if you will, of the safety report based on collisions.
Do you recall why it fell by the wayside?
Hart Solomon had left. The group that did the safety report went somewhere else. And when they came back, I only got a portion of the staff. And so we took a year or two to reestablish all our safety programs again. And this is the network screening, the implementation of Vision Zero, the recreation of the strategic road safety program, another program that had gone off the rail, and we brought that back on. So this is all part of that same movement to bring all the safety items back to the forefront of what we did.
Okay, to follow up on that, after Hart Solomon left, the group that was responsible for these safety initiatives, you said they weren't reporting to you, they went somewhere else. Do you know where they went?
I could be wrong, but I think they went to Rob and Norman, one of the directors in Public Works. I don't really remember who Rob worked for.
Okay, and do you know what group he was responsible for?
Well, it was with the Transportation Planning Group, but I don't remember the exact way that they were organized.
And the initiatives that you reference picking back up when you become responsible for these staff again.
Yes. Sorry.
These hadn't been carried through under Ron when he was in charge of those staff members?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you take us down to image 46 to paragraph 110? So these are some, yes, thank you. So these are collision statistics that are being pulled from the 2017 annual collision report. Registrar, can you call out the graphs there? Under section 6, thank you. So these are graphs from that report showing the 2013 to 2017 Link and Red Hill 5-year collision trends as compared to one another.
Yes.
Do you remember reviewing those statistics?
Yes.
And it shows that 65% of collisions on the Red Hill are occurring when the road surface is wet, as compared to 80% of collisions on the Link when the road was dry.
Correct.
Was that surprising to you at this point in 2018?
Not particularly, because we had done the analysis in a much looser fashion earlier to determine that there was more, the wet collisions were a predominant collision type on the RHVP, which led us to helped us guide us into the report, the 2015 SEMA report. And actually, this is the manifestation of that original analysis. In the previous collision reports, these facilities were not separated out from the rest of the arterial road system in Hamilton. And this is how we brought that data forward into the collision report. We included the analysis for the 2 Parkway facilities.
So just to make sure that I have this right, the collision history that Mr. Ferguson performed for you in 2013, is this the same type of data then, or it's consistent with that data that he pulled in 2014?
I can't remember the year he pulled it. It was where I used the data to establish that we had a lot of wet collisions on the RHVP. I forget the date of that. It wasn't 2013. It was just the end of 2014, leading into the SEMA report of 2015, okay. I believe.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you take us to paragraph 111, which is a version of these charts, but strictly for 2016. You'll have to go on to the next page to get the graphs, Registrar. So you'll see that there's a similar pattern of collisions occurring as of 2017.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm looking at. So in 2018, we would have summarized the 2017, and the previous chart is, sorry for speaking aloud, I'm just trying to orient myself.
Oh, go ahead. Registrar, I believe that there's another series of charts on the next image over. And so you'll see that one, I believe, is the one that is divided out by road surface condition, the last series of charts there for 2017.
Yes.
So again, it's showing that the same collision pattern that you'd been observing with your group on the Red Hill versus the Link.
Yes, and as I say, this is the published manifestation of that early analysis we did and presenting it within the collision report. The intent was to continue to report this information on an ongoing basis on these facilities.
Okay. As of August 2018, my apologies. Did you have a sense of what might account for the difference in the collision pattern on surface condition as on the Red Hill as compared to the Link?
Well, I think David and I were looking at the speed of the traffic, and we had the police concerned with the speed. And we also had some concern that the speed based on the geometrics of the roadway was of issue. The police department were concerned about the speed of traffic, and we actually did some speed studies along there.
Did you think that skid resistance on the Red Hill could be a factor in this trend?
Well, as I stated before, the friction of the roadway could be a factor. But at this point in time, we were more concerned with the speed of the vehicles.
Why?
Well, because we had been told that the asphalt was operating properly.
So on the basis of Mr. Moore's representation about the testing results.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you could take us just to close this off to paragraph 112, which is at image 48, yes. So the city compiled a timeline following the discovery of the trade wind report, which contains an entry for August 15, 2018. And it says, Martin White emails Edward Soldo the draft of the 2017 annual collisions report, which is what we were just taking a look at, shows wet weather issues on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Soldo requests meeting with key players held on August 30th. Do you recall Mr. Soldo, who I believe as of August 2018 is Director of Roads and Traffic, requesting a meeting after he received the 2017 annual collision report?
I don't remember that particularly, no. He was my director at that time.
Do you recall him raising concerns about the pattern of wet weather issues on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Thank you. And if you could take us to OD9, image 86, paragraph 215 and 216. So I'm skipping a little bit ahead in time again, Mr. White. So we are now in October of 2018.
Yeah.
In October of 2018, Mr. Ferguson contacts Mr. Malone at SEMA and asks him for a quote for a safety assessment of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall Mr. Ferguson reaching out to Mr. Moore about the roadside safety assessment in the fall of 2018?
Well, I can tell you that I recollect the meeting with the general manager, Mr. Soldo, myself, David. I don't know who else was there. And we were going over all this information, and Mr. Soldo felt it prudent that we develop a roadside safety assessment going into the resurfacing phase of the RHVP. And hence, Mr. Ferguson continued in his role of project managing traffic staff to achieve the roadside safety assessment.
Okay.
With SEMA.
Understood. So you've had a couple, the 2013 and the 2015 SEMA report done at this point. Can you explain to me why the roadside safety assessment was necessary as well, or what the distinction is?
I think this extended the study to what is along the side of the roadway.
Okay.
As well as just the safety concerns operating on the roadway.
Okay. And why did Mr. Soldo feel that this work would be prudent?
I think you probably best ask him. I forget the conversation of the day. I don't recollect.
Understood. In connection with the roadside safety assessment that SEMA performs, did you advise SEMA that Mr. Moore had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I did not, but as I said, I didn't have any direct contact with SEMA through 99.9% of the process.
Okay. Did you direct Mr. Ferguson to inform SEMA that Mr. Moore had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recollect.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall saying so.
Okay. Do you recall ever making efforts to secure the friction testing results for SEMA's use?
We've gone over a number of years where we've asked for this information. All I can tell you is I never received it through the entire process. and therefore I had nothing to share with anybody.
Understood. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could call up HAM 35785.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating that?
Yes, absolutely. HAM 35785.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could call out first Mr. Soldo's email. So this, Mr. White, again, I've skipped forward in time a bit. So this is January 14, 2019. And Mr. Soldo sends an email to you and Mr. Ferguson. And he says, gents, as you know, there are some issues related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway reporting. I need written confirmation from both of you on the following: that the 2013 Tradewinds Consulting Report was never shared with you or any of your staff regarding the friction testing. And then he asks you the table in the staff report PW 18008 dated January 15, 2018. So that's the report that we looked at the beginning of my questioning this afternoon. States that friction testing was completed. How did you know it was completed? Registrar, if you can close this out and call out Mr. White's response so he can take a look at it. So you respond to Mr. Soldo. Edward, I can confirm that I have never seen the report. I did ask for it several times. I can also state that Gary did admit it was done at one point, but he discounted the results and minimized the value of the tests. At a meeting with Mader and Dan, Dave, and myself, I recollect him saying something about it being an English test or standard or something similar, and then he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mader. He also stated that the asphalt was filled with rubber from tires. I never saw the test results or any reports from anybody. Do you remember this interaction with Mr. Soldo?
I do.
Registrar, could you close this call out just so we can see both emails? So Mr. Soldo emails you and he asks about the 2013 Tradewinds Consulting Report. At that time, did you know what the 2013 Tradewinds Consulting Report was?
Not sure I knew specifically, but I believe I must have known that it was related to friction testing, because now we're, how many years later? 6 years later, and probably clued in. So I think I knew what Tradewinds was now at that point. And I can reiterate for you that I did not ever see the Tradewinds report or any other report on friction testing. And I was not aware of anything beyond the 2013 direction or 2013 study that my staff assisted with the traffic control with. And therefore I had no information whatsoever, including and up to this day, about the results of that study or report.
If you hadn't seen the Tradewind report at this point, how did you know that? How did you know what the reference to the 2013 Tradewinds report was in this email?
I don't know how I know that connection. I just know by now Tradewinds was responsible for that friction testing.
Registrar, can you call out Mr. White's email again? So you say to Mr. Soldo that you asked for it several times, and I know we've gone over this a couple of times. Are you able to give me any more information about when you asked Mr. Moore for the friction testing results?
No.
And so you go on to say, at a meeting with Mader, Dan, Dave, and myself, I recollect him saying something about it being an English test or standard or something similar. And then he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mader. What can you tell me about that meeting other than what's set out here in this email?
It was short. That was basically the topic of conversation. And I was not party to any information at that time that he provided that information to the general manager.
Okay. So The reference then to Dan is a reference to Dan McKinnon.
Yes,
My understanding is that Dan McKinnon becomes the manager of public works in September of 2016. Does that accord with your recollection?
I'm sorry, I just don't remember. It was somewhere in that time frame, I'm sure.
I can ask the question a different way. Do you believe that this meeting that you're referencing here would have occurred after Mr. McKinnon became the general manager of public works?
Okay, I can confirm that for you. At the point of this meeting, Dan McKinnon was the general manager of Public Works.
Okay. And you go on to say he declined to share the results with Dan, who I believe is, so Dan McKinnon and John Mader. So John Mader is your director. Dan McKinnon is the general manager of Public Works.
Correct.
How did they respond when Mr. Moore refused to provide them with friction testing results?
You know, I really don't recollect how they responded.
Okay. And following this meeting, to your knowledge, did they ever receive friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I have no idea what they might have received. I'm not aware that they received anything.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. And if you could please call out RHV 890. Thank you. And if you could call out image 2 as well. So Mr. White, this is an anonymous letter that the auditor for the city of Hamilton receives following the discovery of the Tradewind report in March 2019. Are you familiar with this letter?
I've only seen it once, just the other day, and that's the extent of it.
Okay, you saw it in preparation for these proceedings? Correct.
Correct.
Registrar, could you please call up the very top of image 2 where Mr. White's name is set out there? So there is an allegation about you in this letter, and I want to put it to you so that you have an opportunity to respond. So it says here at the very top, Martin White, current manager of traffic, absolutely knew Mr. Moore hired a consultant to do investigation because he held off implementing improvements on the Red Hill Valley Parkway until a decision was made to repave and implement cat's eyes, repaint the lane lines, etc. And I think based on our evidence, based on your evidence in these proceedings, you knew that Mr. Moore had retained a consultant to do friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November of 2013. Is that right?
Yes, and I would say that when I read this, it's kind of a misconception of fact. It has something from 2013 and then it skips way up to 2015 and it leaves all the parts out in the middle. It's true. I knew that there was an investigation ultimately in 2013, and we didn't really hold off most of the cat's eyes, as they're referred to here, the inlaid pavement markers, until we were sure the road wasn't being resurfaced many years later. So they're incongruous. They do not fit together, but in isolation, both statements are true, but they're not linked.
Understood. Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. And if you can call out the italicized text down on image 2, thank you. So Mr. White, there are a number of comments in this letter that are attributed to Mr. Moore. And I will give you an opportunity to review them. But before I do that, I just want you to have my question in mind when you take a look. So my question for you, once you've had a chance to look at those statements, is whether you ever observed Mr. Moore speak to you or members of your staff in the manner set out in this letter in connection with projects related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
In connection to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, I have not heard him utter any of these statements.
Have you heard him utter similar statements?
By similar.
What?
Sorry?
I think that was not a response. Have you heard him did you hear him or observe him to utter similar statements in connection with Red Hill Valley Parkway projects?
Not in connection with the Red Hill Valley Parkway projects.
Okay. In connection with the 2013 SEMA report or the 2015 SEMA report?
Those were all part of the Red Hill Valley projects. I have not heard him utter these statements where I was able to hear them about this extended project, if you will.
Okay. Did you ever receive reports from any of your staff that Mr. Moore had made comments along these lines to them in connection with Red Hill Valley Parkway projects?
No, not like this.
Not like this.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
Profanities and all that stuff.
What
I didn't
comments
really
did
have
he
any
report to
complaints
you?
from my staff, let's clarify that, other than the one Stephen Cooper brought forward that we've already looked at today.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much. Registrar, you can close this out. And those are all of my questions for Mr. White today. I understand that counsel for the participants has questions and that Golder estimates that they have about 20 minutes of questions.
Okay. Ms. Roberts?
Good afternoon. Mr. White, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. Hello.
Hello, counsel for Golder.
I have a few questions and I will try and be brief to the point. Commissioner, may I begin, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, I want to go back and just address briefly some evidence that you gave in connection with the friction testing done on November 20, 2013. Registrar, could I ask you please to turn up Golder 2647? Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Bruckner took you to this document, and I just want to go back to it briefly. So this begins with an email from Dr. Uzarowski of Golder to Mr. Moore and a copy to Dr. Henderson about friction testing, and it's his quote for conducting friction testing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then in reply, Gary Mr. Moore copies a number of people. Sorry, Registrar, can you make that a little bigger, please? Just the whole document, is it possible to make the font a little bigger? Okay. Can you see that, Mr. White?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, good. I'm struggling with my eyes, so there we go. All right, so in reply, Mr. Moore replies to Dr. Uzarowski, but also copies a number of people, including yourself. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And a number of others. So Rich should be?
Yes.
And why would he have been copied?
I have no idea. He worked for Mr. Moore.
Okay. And Marco Odi, I gather, was project manager on a number of things for Mr. Moore?
He was an engineer in Mr. Moore's department. I'm not sure what his role was at that point.
Okay. And the instruction from Mr. Moore to Marco, Rich, Martin, Golder is going to do friction testing as below. They will need traffic control coordination. Please contact VIMI in this regard. VIMI is Dr. Henderson. And you reply, and that's the top of this email. Thanks, Gary, appreciate that. And then you've got a note saying, Chris, please assist with traffic control, crash check if required. Our cost, please coordinate with VIMI. And that's at the top. And if I understood your evidence, it was that you forwarded this to Chris, and that was his instruction to do the coordination?
Correct.
Can I ask you please, Registrar, to turn up Hamilton 36707? So this is the same email string, except it's got an email on the top from Vimy, Dr. Henderson, to you, as well as Mr. Moore and Dr. Uzarowski, copy Diane Cameron, Rich Shabab, Marco Odie, Chris Jacobson, and Joe Goretta. And sorry, who's Joe Goretta?
Joe Goretta was a traffic signs and markings foreman at the Traffic Operations Center.
And just for clarity, who's Chris Jacobson?
Chris Jacobson is the superintendent of traffic operations, responsible for our field work, and the person that I had charged with assisting the consultant with providing the adequate traffic control.
Okay. Okay, can I please ask then to turn up, Registrar, could you please turn up Golder 4441? The evidence from Golders and from Dr. Henderson is that these are her notes taken on November 20, 2013 of the actual friction testing. There are a number of people who have signed in on this, on these notes. On the left, Michael Hogarth, and then Joe Goretta, and somebody, I think that's Larry Stevenson. Can you see
Larry
that?
Stewart, I believe.
Larry Stewart and Jason Medeiros. Larry Stewart, is he also in traffic?
He was a frontline worker, an operator, and so is Jason Medeiros.
When you say operator, what do you mean?
They were frontline labor, operating vehicles and.
Okay, so employed within the traffic division?
Yes.
And did all of these people report to you through various streams? Joe, Larry, Jason?
Larry and Jason reported to Joe. Joe reported to Chris Jacobson, and Chris reported to me.
Okay, that's the chain. Thank you. Okay, so you'll agree with me, though, that at this point, on November 20th, you've got quite a few people within the city of Hamilton who know that friction testing has been conducted.
I'm not sure these gentlemen really understood what was happening. They were providing traffic control, so they would have been operating the trucking behind them with the attenuation devices. I can't speak to whether or not they knew what the process was going on. I don't know that.
Okay, but wait a second here. We've got Chris and Joe, who have also been copied on the email string that says that friction testing is going to be conducted.
That is true. I'm just saying I don't know what these other gentlemen knew.
These other gentlemen, meaning Jason Medeiros and
Larry Stewart.
Larry
Yes.
Stewart,
Correct.
the operator. Okay. All right, but you'll agree with me that we have Mr. Jacobson and Mr. Goretta and yourself, who all know that friction testing has been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I think that's relatively true. When I say relatively, I read that email, flashed it off, and I don't really think I thought about it again for a long time. Did I read it? Yes. Did I know? Yes. So if that helps, then that's the way it is.
All right. And if, but you know one thing more than this, you also know that Golders coordinated the testing, don't you?
Yes, with Chris. That's how I wished it to be.
Okay.
And he spoke to the person from Golder and made the arrangements. I didn't know exactly what they were, nor did I know exactly what kind of devices would be required. I left that to Chris to determine the scope of what he needed to do.
And you also, though, know you've got contacts. You've got, for Golder, you've got Dr. Henderson's contact and you've got Dr. Uzarowski's contact. That's true?
Well, I have their emails in my email chain.
Got their email chains. And in your evidence, and you've been consistent on this, that you repeatedly asked Mr. Moore for friction testing. And you've said that over the course of these last 2 days. And repeatedly and consistently without response. And Mr. White, why didn't you reach out to Golder to request the results of the friction testing that was conducted on November 20th?
I never considered that an option. After not getting that information, I asked you can see some of my evidence. I put it to my bosses to go and talk to Gary. I felt that was the way I needed to proceed.
Thank you. I want to just ask some questions on a different line. Can we please, well, let me ask a question, begin this way. You were asked questions about the SEMA 2015 report and SEMA's findings of potential contributing factors. Do you remember those questions?
Yeah. Yes.
Perhaps we can go to Registrar Hamilton 702, image 26, please. Remember this, and one of the factors identified, sorry, let me just start over. This is in the context of SEMA's finding that there's a disproportionate number of wet surface collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And then they put forward 3 potential contributing factors. And one of them, as you see, is skid resistance. And you were asked about the contribution of skid resistance. And you said that skid resistance was a factor, but there are others like geometry, and you referenced super elevation and grade change and speed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it's implicit in your answer, but is the question of the wet weather collisions, is your answer that there were a number of factors because the loss of friction is a function of many factors, and friction would be one, but not the only one?
I'm not sure I thought of it in that context. However, when a vehicle slides is different than if it rolls. It's different than, so I'm not, can you maybe give me something more to?
Sure. So we've got wet surface collisions.
Yes,
we've got the question of what factors may be contributing. And one of them is skid resistance. And in your evidence this morning, you said, well, that's one, but it's not the only one. And I'm just pressing on that point. And is that because you understood that a loss of friction is a function of a number of factors?
I would say that's true.
Sorry?
I would say that is true.
Okay. And when you raise the potential contributing factors like geometry, super elevation, and grade, what is it you understood of them? Like, how do you understand them to be potential contributing factors?
Well, I think you have to combine that with the speed of the vehicles as well. And it's no different than, I can think of several examples where the super elevation promotes a vehicle to roll towards the median of the, or the edge of the pavement. Several 403 ramps are like that, specifically in Burlington. I can think of situations where the curvature of the roadway, if not adequately driven properly, can force a vehicle to go towards the edge of the roadway, depending on the speed of the vehicle. And we had seen substantial speeds when we did our speed tests, speed studies on the RHVP.
Okay, and just let me follow on the super elevation. My understanding of super elevation that it's the banking of a turn that's intended to assist the driver in maintaining and staying on the road, essentially. That's what
I would
it's
agree
supposed to
with,
be.
I would
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay, and your description of super elevation, is that where a super elevation actually is not correct and is the cant or the is going the wrong way?
There's a corrective sign for that as well. And I cited a ramp in Burlington from the 403.
Okay.
We never got into the design elements here.
Well, that's exactly my question. So have you seen the drawings for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Nothing, no.
No. And were they not available to traffic?
Nobody provided them. I'm not sure we even asked for them. At this point in time, I don't remember asking for them.
Okay. And so your reference to geometry, to the curvature, and to the super elevation grade change, those are comments that you make from your experience. That's correct?
Yes.
And your observations of the highway?
I observed the highway on a number of occasions, or the Parkway, yes.
Okay. And who would you expect to be the repository for the design information on the Red Hill?
Well, it originated with the Freeway Project Office, which was amalgamated, I believe, into Engineering Services.
So the Engineering Services Department should have had the drawings and any design records for the design and construction of the Red Hill. Is that true?
I can't confirm that, but I believe that to be true.
Okay. And you said that you didn't have them. Do you remember requesting them as part of the investigation of collisions on the Red Hill?
No, I think we were looking at them in two dimensions based on the mapping and the location of the collisions.
Sorry, I didn't follow you there. Did you ask for them and obtain them at some point?
No.
You didn't. Okay. And so you were aware of the curvature through the alignment, but not necessarily aware of how tight those turns were. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I would say the one thing I did ask is, and I remember asking this, is what is the design speed of the facility?
And who did you ask that?
I'm sorry, I don't recollect who I asked it to, but I remember asking it, and it might have been to SEMA. I think it likely was to SEMA.
Oh, I think yes. And I think actually there's an email, isn't there, where you asked that? Didn't we look at that yesterday?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that specifically. I just remember that I wanted to know it.
Right. And why did you want to know, sir?
Well, because the operating speed, the signing of the roadway speed limit is related to the design speed of the facility. Generally speaking, you sign it for 20 kilometers less than the design speed. So I was trying to establish what the design speed was in order to determine if the signed speed limit was appropriate.
Right. Okay. And are you aware that that radius of turns is also related to design speed?
Yes.
Okay. In other words,
only from my original training, but I don't have much experience with that since I graduated.
Right. Okay. Let's just go. Can we please go to the overview document 3.1? Registrar. And image 13, please. And Mr. White, is this overview document, overview chapter 3.1 addresses the design, Dufferin produced drawings and subsequently Hamilton as well that have the details of the drawings have been pulled out in this document, as well as some preliminary design records. I don't know whether you've had a chance to review it in preparation for your testimony.
No, I've never seen the document.
Okay, so I just want to call out though the drawing at the top of this page. This is the middle section, and you'll agree with me that this section is between Greenhill, King, and Queenston is the area of the most accidents along the alignment.
Okay.
Well, that's true, is it not, sir?
Well, this is virtually the entire length of the RHVP, except for the curve at the top. So it would contain most of the collisions.
Okay, so and I think SEMA specifically identifies the area in King Street and Queenston as being the area of the most accidents. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I think that's how I recollect it. Yes.
Okay. Okay, and when you talk about the geometry, I take it that you weren't aware that in fact the radius of the turn, if we're going northbound, that is to the right of this drawing, is 420 meters to another 450 and to another at 690.
No, I was not aware of the actual radiuses.
Right. So you were aware that they were tight, but you were not aware of actually what they were.
I was aware that when you drove it, the road felt like you were switching back and forth through the alignment as you drove down through it.
Right. And in your experience, that alignment change would have been relevant as a potential contributing factor in the location and number of wet weather accidents?
I think it would be, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
Commissioner, I understand that counsel for Dufferin has approximately 5 minutes of questions for Mr. White. Mr. Buck, is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay, well, please proceed, Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. So, Mr. White, I only have one topic of questions for you, and it's in relation to something that Ms. Bruckner asked you about yesterday, in relation to an area of the Red Hill Valley Parkway near where it coincides and transitions into the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, or the Link. And it's been referred to, I think, in documentation as a kink in the alignment. Is that something that you're familiar with?
That was something identified by traffic engineering prior to them reporting to me. Yes. And so I think Hart-Solomon referred to it as the kink.
Perfect. So yesterday, I think Ms. Bruckner asked you about the kink, and I think she described it as the location as being just past Pritchard Road, overpass. And I believe you agreed with that statement. And I just wanted to focus in a little bit and get some more clarity of exactly where the kink was. Do you recall whether the kink that was identified by Mr. Solomon was east or west of that Dartnell Road bridge? And if it would help, I can bring up an image of that area of the parkway.
I'm sorry, sitting here right now, I don't recollect exactly where this kink is. I know it's in that general vicinity, but I couldn't pinpoint it for you at the moment.
Okay, and would it assist if you saw an image or not? That would
it may. I don't know.
So Registrar, in that case, can we just bring up Hamilton 41675? I think this is the final draft from August 2013 of the SEMA 2013 report. And if we can go to image 11, I think. it's not, it must be image 12. I beg your pardon. So if you could call out that that plan, I'm not sure, this may or may not assist you. But Pritchard Road is the road at the bottom, which crosses, it's the straight road that crosses the pink section in the middle. That's Pritchard Road. And to the,
Yes, I see that.
And to the east of there, we have the Mud Street intersection, and to the west of there, we have the Dartnell Road intersection.
Okay.
Can you identify from this drawing where the kink would be on the main line?
I can't, no.
No. Okay.
Sorry.
In that case, I have no further questions.
Okay.
Commissioner, I understand that counsel for the MTO has reserved 5 minutes of questions for Mr. White. Mr. Bure, can you confirm if you have any questions?
I confirm I don't have any questions for Mr. White.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bourrier.
In that case, I understand that Ms. Contractor for the city has an hour to an hour and a half of questions for Mr. White.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. White. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. I just note, though, that we will be taking a break at 3:30, and we would expect to close at 4:30.
I think I should be able to finish my questions within the hour, Mr. Commissioner. If you'd like to take the break now, I'm happy to do that. Or
I think we should probably, well, I'm in your hands. If it's easier for you, in terms of organizing your thought, to take a 15-minute break now, I'm happy to do that.
I'm happy to proceed.
Okay, well then why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Mr. White, I'd like to start by asking you some questions about the division of labor between some of the departments in Public Works. And just to set the stage, back in 2013, one of the departments in the Public Works group was the Corporate Assets and Strategic Planning Department, which included the Energy, Fleet, and Traffic Division. I have that right so far?
Yes.
And that division included the Traffic Engineering and Operations section.
No, just the traffic operations section at that time, until we reorged again.
Right. And you become the manager of traffic operations and then subsequently traffic engineering and operations. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the other department in Public Works, one of the other departments was engineering services. And that department included several groups, including design and asset management, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to understand the primary difference between traffic engineering, which was in energy, fleet, and traffic, and asset management, which was in engineering services. And generally speaking, is it fair to say that traffic engineering and operations looked after the safety of the roadway, and asset management looked at the durability of the roadway? That is a fair statement. Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 41413? Commission Counsel took you to this email, which was from January 2013, between yourself and a number of other staff members discussing the scope of the 2013 motion and subsequently the SEMA report. And Commission Counsel asked you specifically whether Mr. Gallo or anyone else reporting to you advised you of the exchange at the top of the email, which says, after discussing with Gordon Gary, it's our opinion that safety issues should be reviewed holistically. And you're not on the top part of that email, but you are at the bottom of the chain. And so she asked you whether anyone reporting to you advised you that engineering services felt safety issues should be reviewed holistically, and that the consultant retained should be looking at lighting as well as the other items that you list at the bottom of the email. And I think your evidence was that you don't recall that happening. Correct?
Correct.
Actually, Mr. Commissioner, if you could, oh, sorry, Mr. Registrar, if you could please keep the top of that email called out and also pull up OD6, image 8, paragraph 11, please. Just pull out the excerpted part at paragraph 11. Thank you. That, of course, Mr. White, is the language of the actual motion in 2013. And Commission Counsel also asked you about your understanding of the primary focus of the 2013 SEMA report, which of course was prepared in response to this motion. And your evidence was that, in your view, the primary purpose was to do a safety audit of all aspects of the facility in the study area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In light of all that, in your view, is Mr. Field's statement that, or opinion that the safety issues should be reviewed holistically and consistent with the language of the motion itself, which, as you'll see, has 3 parts to it. The first asks staff to investigate upgrading lighting on the Red Hill in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church interchanges, and direct staff to investigate signage, lane markings, or other initiatives to assist motorists in the same area. And in your view, just taking those top 2 paragraphs, is that consistent with Mr. Field's opinion that the safety issues should be reviewed holistically?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take that down. And if you could pull up HAM 40184, please. And you were also asked about what we're all calling the kink area, the area between the link and the Red Hill. Commission Counsel took you to the July 21st email from Mr. Solomon. And Mr. Registrar, if you could call that up. And here, Mr. Solomon references a collision history analysis that was completed and states that it does not justify the cost that would be necessary to address this issue. And Commission Counsel asked you whether you were aware as to who was responsible for monitoring the collisions in this area between 2010 and 2013. However, you were not taken to the actual collision review, which I think is important. So if you could leave that up, please, Mr. Registrar, and also pull up HAM 40065. Just the top paragraph would be fine. And so this is an email from Mr. Spalletti to Mr. Solomon, in which he's detailing the collision review of the kink. And you'll see that he says, "Hi, Hart, we were able to define a road segment in order to put together a collision summary for the Red Hill Link transfer area. There have been a total of 5 collisions, 2 of which occurred in the area of the kink. Of these 2, one involved a motorist who was charged with impaired driving. The other collision involved a motorist who lost control along the curb on icy road conditions. I think it would be difficult to attribute any collisions as a result of the noted kink in the road." And so essentially, the conclusion was that there was no collision history attributable to the issue that Mr. Solomon was looking into. Is that correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen this email before, but that appears to be the case, yes.
Thank you. And okay, we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. In the context of the 2013 SEMA report, you were asked about a meeting that Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson had with Councillor Collins and Jackson, and regarding a draft of the SEMA report that was sent to these councillors, as well as Councillor Clark. And if I understand your evidence, you didn't have any concerns with Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson meeting with the counselors, and I believe it was because traffic had a history of open discussions with counselors and would meet with counselors on matters that are particularly relevant to their wards. Is that right?
That is correct.
And would these types of status updates be helpful to counselors to provide their constituents in turn with status updates on a motion or investigation that was pending?
Well, once they are aware of the direction that we are taking, they are free to choose what they do with the information. They could update their constituency, or they may wish to wait till items go through committee, and that's entirely up to the counselor themselves.
Okay. We know that on November 19th, 2013, staff presented a report in response to the motion that we were looking at moments ago. And I take it you would have been at that committee meeting, Mr. White?
I don't remember actually at this point in time whether I was there or not in 2013.
Fair enough. And Mr. Registrar, could we please go to RHB 986? This is a transcript of the PWC meeting from November 18th, 2013 that the Commission Council has helpfully provided. And I just want to take you through a couple of sections, and you can let me know if it helps you recall whether you were in attendance. So the first paragraph under Councillor Collins, you'll see that it starts with him stating, Mr. Chairman, this is the motion that I put, I believe it was last year. I just first want to thank staff for the recommendations, and Steve and Dave, who were the authors of the report, were kind enough to sit down with me and go over the recommendations. And here, Councillor Collins is referring to Steve Cooper and Dave Ferguson.
Correct.
And specifically the meeting that Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Cooper had with Councillor Collins, and Councillor Jackson to discuss the report.
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to image 3, and if you look at Councillor Jackson's remarks in the first paragraph there, and Councillor Jackson states, I was in the meeting for a while with Councillor Collins and Stephen Cooper and Dave Ferguson, and I want to thank Steve and Dave for the leadership in the traffic department and their availability always. Similarly, this is referring to the meeting that Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson had to discuss where things were at with the SEMA report and the staff report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall whether during this committee meeting or afterwards, if any of the other councillors expressed concerns that staff were discussing reports with council members whose wards were directly affected by those reports and not the other councillors?
I'm not aware of a single complaint during or after the meeting.
No one suggested. I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. White. Please continue.
Sorry, I was finished. I was not aware of any concerns expressed by any councillors before or after or during the committee meeting.
And no one suggested that this was an inappropriate practice?
No. Correct.
Okay. Do you recall whether during this committee meeting or afterwards, whether Councillor Collins, Jackson, or Clark, the three of whom received a draft copy of the SEMA report, suggested that staff provide a copy of the SEMA report to the other committee members?
I don't recollect that occurring.
And I believe your evidence was that certainly in 2013, you'd never seen a consultant report appended to a staff report at PWC.
That is correct.
Commission Council asked how a member of the public could go about getting a copy of the consultant's report if it was not appended to a staff report, and you indicated that the FOI process is probably the most common process.
That is correct.
Could members of the public also contact their counselors directly for a copy?
Did they? I don't know if they did.
Could they?
They could.
And a counselor could at that point direct the staff, or sorry, direct staff to provide a copy to the public if they thought it was appropriate to do so?
Probably through the clerk, but yes, they could.
Thank you. I'd like to chat a little bit more about working with consultants. In your experience, is there a difference between the use of could consider and should consider in a consultant's report?
Could is questionable and you don't have to, and should infers that you probably need to do it.
And is it your expectation that a consultant would be intentional in its use of those terms?
Yes, absolutely.
And what was your expectation regarding how consultants would assign timelines to a particular countermeasure?
They probably would look at the cost and effectiveness of the countermeasure and rank it that way, but probably wouldn't look at what was easy to do as opposed to more time-consuming things. And so certain items might not be easy to do in a short time frame.
Would you expect them to identify investigations or countermeasures that in their view needed to be done urgently on a more compressed timeline than other investigation or countermeasures that they did?
Yes, absolutely. I would. If they noted something of extreme urgency, I would expect them to point that out immediately.
Thank you. And in your experience, Mr. White, is it common for city staff to provide feedback to consultants with respect to an ongoing engagement and report?
That is correct. It's an ongoing dialogue between the client and the consultant to develop a final report.
And do you have any concerns with staff providing such feedback or recommendations to the consultant?
Not at all.
Why not?
Well, because it's a interactive process. And so the consultant can't move forward without hearing the opinions of the city and evaluating some of the commentary the city might have, and vice versa. The city needs to heed the consultant's conclusions.
And I expect that your expectation would be that a consultant would not make any changes to a report that they didn't agree with.
I absolutely believe that a consultant would say no if they were being asked to describe something inappropriate, I'm sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Registrar, could you please pull up OD6, image 8, paragraph 11? And I don't know if you can also pull up another OD section at the same time. And OD7, image 10, para 29. Excellent. And so, Mr. White, you see before you the wording of the 2013 and the 2015 motions that gave rise to the 2013 and 15 SEMA reports.
Okay.
And am I correct that generally, when council brings a motion, councilors are looking for staff's recommendation to the issues raised in the motion?
Yes, that's 100% true.
And certainly that's the case with the motions you see before you.
As with all motions, yes.
And it may be that staff wish to engage a consultant as part of responding to that motion.
Sure.
And we know, of course, that that's what happened here. And when city staff ask for advice from a consultant, fair to say that they're relying on the consultant's expertise?
Yes.
And city staff may also have their own technical expertise depending on their position and area.
Yes.
So is it the expectation that staff will rely on their own judgment in conjunction with the advice from consultants when they're making decisions?
Yes.
And would you expect that city staff, and particularly staff and leadership positions, would use their judgment in applying the advice that's contained in a consultant's report?
I absolutely believe that, yes.
Right, because ultimately what council is looking for is staff's recommendation, which takes into consideration the consultant's report.
Correct.
Commission counsel asked you a little bit about this and about the contents of staff reports in circumstances where the consultant's report is not appended to the staff report. And your evidence was that it's important for staff to interpret the consultant report and to provide counsel with their best recommendations or course of action based on the data in the consultant's report, and that staff should review consultant reports to ensure they're not recommending something that's untenable or that council has ruled out in the past. Is that correct?
Correct.
They also asked if staff are obliged to ensure that a staff report is a fair and accurate summary of the consultant's reports, including with respect to any concerns raised by the consultant. And your response was yes. To what extent would the significance of the concern raised by the consultant impact staff's discretion in determining whether to summarize those concerns in the staff report or not?
I think if it was in the consultant recommended something as an immediate requirement or an immediate remediation, that we would take that extremely seriously. And as you go down through the list of things, there are always a list of things at the end, or usually in a consultant report, that you could consider, but you don't necessarily have to consider. So it depends on the severity of the issue and the recommendation for mitigation.
Thank you. And in your view, did the 2013 SEMA report identify any such immediate or severe issue?
No, I don't think it really did.
In fact, it confirmed that the facility was overall operating safely when compared with other roads with similar characteristics. That's correct?
That is the wording in the report, yes.
Now, the report does state that there was a higher proportion of wet weather and non-daylight conditions. And I can take you to it, but do you recall that that information was included in the appendix of the 2013 staff report?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could you please go to CIM 8082.0001 at image 16?
Just wondering, Ms. Contractor, we're a little past 3:30.
My apologies, I got carried away. Certainly.
Not at all. But I wonder whether this would be an appropriate time to take our break.
It certainly would. Thank you.
Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3:30. Come back at 3:45.
Thank you.
And adjourned until 3:45.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could you please pull up CIM 8082.0001, image 16? Perfect, thank you. And Mr. White, as part of the 2013 SEMA report, SEMA conducted a collision analysis of the study area. And if you can call out 4.1, please, Mr. Registrar. And that section notes the objective of the analysis, which is to identify locations that had a higher than average number of collisions and locations where the proportion of different type of collisions are unusually high. Do you see that?
Yes.
In your experience, why is it important to understand whether different types of collisions are unusually high?
Well, it would provide you with information about what could be happening on the roadway, and it would lead you to make different conclusions regarding the rehabilitation or the correction to those collision issues.
And in order to assess this, is it important to compare the average collision numbers for similar facilities?
Well, on a facility of this nature, we needed to get a comparative figure, and so it is important to understand what the baseline is, or at least what comparative facilities of the similar nature are, what those collision rates are in those facilities.
And here, if we go to image 23, the one way that SEMA provides that comparison is to look at the provincial and municipal averages to determine whether the collision numbers on the Red Hill are unusually high. And if we look at image 23, you'll see at the bottom there, it says the study area. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Here, SEMA provides a breakdown of collision analysis by roadway surface attribute. And it states the overall average of collisions that occurred under wet road surface is 46%, which is higher than the provincial and municipal average. And you can call that down, Mr. Registrar, thank you. Mr. White, are there any roads that are comparable to the Red Hill in Hamilton?
No, not in Hamilton.
And would that include the link?
The link didn't have the same geometry as the RHVP.
Right. And so what does the comparison to the municipal average and the Red Hill tell you?
It's more of a general guide of thumb rather than specifically empirical data.
And can it tell you whether the collisions on the Red Hill are unusually high?
Not in comparison to similar facilities, it cannot.
Right. And if we look at the comparison to the provincial average, which is 17.4, you see the footnote 9. And that footnote is to the Ontario Road Safety Annual Report. And as I understand it, this report provides a breakdown of all the collisions that take place in Ontario, and also provides a breakdown by road surface. And the 17.4 figure that they provided here, I understand that that's based on the number of collisions on all roads in Ontario that they have data for, that took place in wet weather conditions. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
It's not broken down by whether it's a high-speed facility, whether it's a straight road, a curvy road, correct?
That is also my understanding.
Given that, what did the comparison to the provincial average to the average number of wet weather collisions tell you here?
Well, it's not really comparing apples to apples. So again, it was just a means of looking at the collisions, but you have to factor in the fact that there's no comparative road facility when doing the data comparison.
And just to close the loop on that, then it can't tell you whether the collisions are unusually high. Is that fair?
Well, yes, that's correct. There's no baseline for the RHVP specifically.
Thank you. And in the 2013 report, the SEMA provided guidance and included some countermeasures and a timeline for implementation. And we've talked a little bit, or you've talked a little bit about the short-term recommendation being 0 to 5 years. What specifically did you understand that to mean?
That those collision countermeasures should be completed within a 5-year time frame.
Okay. And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to image 50. And if you could please call out 6.1.1, including the cost benefit ratio section. Commission Council took you to this section, and specifically the last sentence of that first paragraph, and which states, because of the high proportion of wet surface condition and SMB collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. What did SEMA's use of could consider tell you about the recommendation here?
I essentially believe that the word could makes that optional.
Okay. And under cost benefit ratio, and what is a cost benefit ratio in your view, from your experience?
Well, I think there's a calculation that uses the cost as a function of how much impact you get from the in this case the remedial measure.
Right. And so if there's a high benefit and low cost, the city is more likely to undertake the recommendation.
That is correct.
And here the cost benefit results for the friction testing are stated as, based on the results, the city may be in a better position to determine if further action is required. And so no, SEMA did not provide a cost benefit analysis.
That is correct.
And you understood that this recommendation was a short-term recommendation, which again was 0 to 5 years.
Correct.
Would you have expected SEMA to identify a shorter timeline or use stronger language if they understood that this investigation was urgent or significant?
Absolutely.
Okay. If we could please go to image 66. And pull out the bottom ramp 6. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, and just give me one moment. Wrong site here, bear with me, please. We could please go to image, it's page 46 of the report. And I apologize, I don't know exactly what the image number is. Perfect. Oh, just one over. There you go. And if you could pull out the install high friction pavement. Thank you very much. And this recommendation and was with respect to ramp 6 specifically. And you'll see here SEMA uses could consider, and I take it you interpret it in the same way as you did friction testing?
Correct.
And so you viewed this as optional as well?
That's what I get implied from the word could in that statement.
Right. And this was also a short-term countermeasure. And so am I correct that the guidance that SEMA is providing here is that the city could consider implementing or installing high friction pavement at some point in the next 5 years.
Yes, that is true.
And if we could go to HAM 24142 and to image 3. This is a draft staff report that David Ferguson sends to Mr. Moore and Mr. Field in March of 2015, providing an update on the countermeasures following the 2013 SEMA report. And you'll see here, install high friction pavement. That countermeasure beside that, the status is listed as to be reviewed and completed during future future repaving. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether that was a discussion that was had within traffic that consideration of high friction pavement would be reviewed during a future repaving?
I don't think it would have only been traffic. I didn't have that conversation. I think Dave did, but he would have called on the resources he was dealing with in engineering services.
So it's something that
it was something we were not in control over.
Understood. So would it be in conjunction with engineering services or at their direction? But it does appear that it was considered and the decision was made to take a look at it during a future repaving.
That's correct.
Did you have any concerns with that?
Not at all.
Okay. If we could please go to OD6, page 127. And Commission Counsel asked you about the collision analysis that Mr. Ferguson had completed following the comments you received from road staff about slippery conditions on the Link and the Red Hill. And I believe that you mentioned that at some point, once the collision analysis was completed, it was determined that a full review of the Red Hill and the Link would be completed, and that was also consistent with the direction you received from Councillor Collins. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe you had suggested that was near the end of 2014. And I just want to pull out paragraph 361, if you would, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. And perhaps thanks. Is this the email that you're referring to? So this is an email from Mr. Mader to Mr. Davis, and it says, as per our conversation, staff have been reviewing the collision history on the Red Hill and Link. While I don't have the final picture yet, there is enough of a concern that I believe we need to do a more in-depth review. As per your direction, I've instructed staff to begin the process by scoping out what we would like to have done in terms of a safety review and begin the process of selecting a third-party expertise to complete the work.
Yes.
And then the
And
last
so
sentence.
that was the collision analysis that led us to require additional work to verify what we were seeing and move forward with the facility review.
Thank you. And Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 702? I'm sorry, HAM 24709. Image 41. Just moving forward to 2015, I want to take a look at the guidance provided in the 2015 report with respect to friction testing. And I'll take you to a couple of sections here. So here, 7.1.21, if you could pull that out, please. And the start of the second paragraph, because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions and SMB collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing. So exactly what we saw in the 2013 report.
Correct.
And if you could keep that up, please, Mr. Registrar, and also pull up image 53. And at the bottom, 9.1.3. And the first sentence of this paragraph states, in order to determine whether low pavement friction may be contributing to collisions, the city should consider conducting pavement friction tests under normal conditions as well as under typical wet pavement conditions. And what guidance did you understand SEMA to be providing the city with respect to friction testing in this report when it said could consider in 7.1.2.1 and in that section also said, you know, based on the results, the city may be in a better position to determine if further action is required, and 9.1.3 in which it says that it should consider. How did you interpret that?
It's slightly conflicting in that should implies that I should go ahead and do it. But I think what they're suggesting is to establish friction testing and then create a baseline for it and continue to measure frictions as we move forward. So that there's a comparator of the same facility.
And so when we look at 7.1.21, it says the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. I don't see that it says to get a baseline to compare to subsequent to testing.
Okay.
Do you see that anywhere? I might be missing it.
No, sorry, I think I misinterpreted that. Okay.
And we know that the friction testing here was also a short-term countermeasure, which you've previously indicated you understood to also be 0 to 5 years. So again, with that in mind, what guidance did you understand SEMA to be providing you with respect to friction testing in the 15 report?
That we should look at friction testing as one of the factors, and that it's possible that we need to do further work with it, but they weren't being specific in that direction and left it as an option, really, is what I read out of the should.
Did you understand it to be an urgent issue the city needed to investigate?
No.
Okay, if we could please go to HAM 24700. Commission Council, in discussing the 2015 staff report, and asked you about why friction testing was listed as a medium-term countermeasure when the SEMA report listed it as a short-term countermeasure. And I believe your response was that there was a different definition of short-term and medium-term. So SEMA understood or defined short-term as 0 to 5. And in the staff report, short-term was defined as 0 to 2. And so really the city's medium-term fit the definition of SEMA's short-term. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
And she also took you to recommendation B, that the which essentially states that the medium-term items, consideration of those items and long-term, be deferred pending the outcome of the TNP, and asked whether at the time of this report you were aware if the TNP outcome or update would occur within 2 to 5 years of the staff report. And I believe your evidence was that it was almost complete, but you don't quite recall. And so if we can keep that, Mr. Registrar, and also go to OD7 image 20 and pull out paragraph 49, please. And so this paragraph, oh, that's fine. It is an email from May 25th, 2015. So months before the 2015 SEMA report is finalized, including the staff report. And this is an email from Mr. Lupton to a number of your colleagues. You're not on this, but to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Jacobson, and Mr. Mader and others. Mr. Lupton is attaching an article from the Spectator, which indicated that the city was considering widening the Link and the Red Hill, part of the ongoing review of the city's transportation master plan, which is expected to be finished in the next 12 months. Do you recall whether you would have reviewed this article around that time?
The article. I think I was off.
We're off, okay. Does this help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. But I think I knew those things after the fact upon my return.
Understood. If we could please go to HAN 5102. The document that Mr. Registrar is going to pull up is a information update from May 2016. So about a year after the 2015 SEMA report. And the purpose of the report is to provide an update on the steps staff have taken. And if we could go to images 2 and 3. Is this a summary of the improvements or safety enhancements that your group would have undertaken since the 2015 report?
Yes.
And you'll see that one of the third row of the table states install slippery when wet signs and June to July. And that's the completion date.
That is the target date.
Oh, sorry, is it the target date or the completion date?
I'm not sure now. In context, I don't really recollect.
Okay, and that's fine. Can we go back to the first page? And so sorry, because the report is dated May 2016, you understand that the June to July may be a completion date and not when the work was completed, but when the work is expected to be completed?
I think we were working on all those things, and I think that was when we would have been finished. But is there any text to that effect? I don't know. I think that's the completion date.
Let me just double check here. Can we have the first 2 pages up, please, Mr. Registrar? Right, so underneath the table, it says, in addition to the work noted above, staff have been working in partnership with Hamilton Police, investigating various types of digital radar feedback signs that would meet the need of both organizations. I'm not sure if that helps provide you with the context.
Yes, I think I read that as the completion date. It would be just shortly after. This is May. We're saying we're going to be finished the work in the summer. So a lot of that work cannot be done during the winter.
Understood. And do you know whether that work was completed?
I believe it was.
Okay. Could we please go, Mr. Registrar, to OD7, image 185? And Commission Counsel took you to a chain of emails with respect to Councillor Conley's request for friction testing from staff and specifically to your email on June 5th there at paragraph 539, where you say, you forward Councillor Conley's email to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Mader and state, let's see what answer he gets. And Commission Counsel asked you why you stated that, and your answer was you were curious because none of us had received an answer. And just to orient you in time, this is June 2017. And you also told us that Mr. Moore had advised you that friction testing was completed, that he had received the results, and that he was waiting for an analysis of that data to put it into context because there was no standard for friction testing, or for friction rather, in Ontario or in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the time, were you aware of any friction standards that were applicable in Ontario or Canada?
I have no, because friction testing is far outside of my my professional knowledge. But I'm not aware of any standards.
Right, and I believe part of your professional education was the traffic safety program at Mohawk. Is that right?
Yes.
And that program did not cover friction testing as part of managing roadway safety.
That's correct.
And any of the other continuous education programs that you may have attended with respect to roadway safety did not talk about friction testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. White, am I correct that what you were looking for from Mr. Moore was not the friction testing data, but an interpretation of...
I'm going to stop here. It seems to me that this is a leading question in an area which is relatively sensitive. So I'll ask you to rephrase the question.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And Mr. White, what were you specifically looking for from Mr. Moore with respect to information regarding friction testing?
I think for me, it was simply, is the test render the asphalt good or not good in terms of its friction? It was pretty black and white the way I was looking at it. It probably isn't that way technically, but I wanted to know, is the asphalt one of the contributing factors, or is it not?
And so am I correct then that you weren't solely looking for numbers or a data set?
I would not be able to interpret those. I would need somebody to interpret them.
Thank you. And wanted to ask you about HAM 35785, which was the email exchange you had with Mr. Soldo, and with respect to whether you were aware of the Tradewind report. And I just wanted to clarify a quick point here. And I believe Commission Counsel asked you if you hadn't seen the Tradewind report prior to this, at this point, how did you know that the reference to Tradewind, how did you know about the reference to Tradewind, or that it related to friction? And I believe your answer was, I don't know how I know, I just know by now that Tradewind was responsible for friction testing. And if we could pull out Mr. Soldo's email, the second paragraph, he states, I need written confirmation from you both on the following: that the 2013 Tradewinds consulting report was never shared with you or any of your staff regarding the friction testing. And is that how you connected the Tradewind report to friction testing from 2013?
Well, you know, when I read 2013 friction testing, and Tradewind is just a matter of fact in there. So I'm reading this like, did I see any report with regard to friction testing? And I did not.
Thank you. And Mr. White, did you at any point complain to Mr. Lupton or to anyone else that you found Mr. Moore to be intimidating?
No, I never did that. I didn't feel intimidated by Mr. Moore.
Thank you. And you were taken to a few pie charts by Commission Counsel showing the collisions on the Link and Red Hill and specifically showing that the percentage of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill was higher than the link. And Commission Counsel asked if you had a sense of what was contributing to this on the Red Hill, and your answer was 004 in image 18 and 19. Actually, why don't we stop at the first page so I can just orient Mr. White. So this report is from the Hamilton Police Services to the board, and it provides a analysis of fatal collisions in Hamilton for 5 years. And the report is dated 2017, which is also the date of the pie charts. And if we could please go to Mr. Registrar, image 18 and 19, please. And you'll see on the left-hand side, the bottom chart says fatality chart, contributing factors for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link for the last 5 years. And on the right-hand side, it states, from figures contained in the stated chart, the 3 most common contributing factors to a fatal collision is speed, intoxicating substance, and inattentiveness. It's not surprising that the 3 contributing factors mentioned above are the root cause of fatal motor vehicle collisions over the past 5 years, are again in the front runners in the present 2017. Is that consistent with the understanding that you and Mr. Ferguson had in 2017, that speed was a primary factor and contributing to wet weather collisions on the Red Hill?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. Those are all of my questions. Appreciate your time today. And thank you for being flexible and reorganizing your schedule to attend earlier.
Okay. Ms. Bruckner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have about 5 minutes of re-examination for Mr. White.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, could you please call up HAM 24709 at image 41. So Mr. White, just to orient you, this is the copy of the 2015 SEMA report that Ms. Contractor put to you earlier. Registrar, could you please pull up on the other side of the screen HAM 41871 at image 50. And so, Mr. White, for your reference, this is the 2013 SEMA report. And you'll see that we have pulled out on one side of the screen under 712 pavement friction. That is the information from the 2015 report that Ms. Contractor was speaking to you about. And under 6.1 on the other side of the screen, it's the general pavement friction testing information from the 2013 SEMA report.
Okay.
So Ms. Contractor put the section, and Registrar, can we call out perform friction testing under 7121? She put this section of the 2015 report to you and noted that there is a line that says that recommends that the friction testing would be for the purpose of getting a baseline friction coefficient for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Thank you, Registrar. And she asked you if there was a reference in this section of the 2015 SEMA report to comparing friction data to subsequent friction testing, which there is not. And I believe you agreed to that statement. Registrar, could you put that down, please? And call out 6.11 from the 2013 friction test under from the 2013 SEMA report. Could you please highlight the final line of that paragraph because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions? So you'll see that in 2013, SEMA said because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions, and SMB collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. So as of 2015, would you agree that that's the second time that SEMA has suggested that you might want to get a baseline friction coefficient for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Sorry, I'm a little confused again.
So
Again,
you'll see.
Again, it says could consider. So
Right.
it's there in both documents.
Okay, so it's the second time they've suggested that the city may want to get a baseline friction coefficient for the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
It doesn't say that in this piece. It says that in the other piece, I believe. This one says compare it to the design specifications, not get a baseline.
Sorry, Mr. White, it says on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to the design specifications.
Yes, okay, so I agree with that. It says that. The design specs
Okay.
would have asphalt conditions, I expect. I don't know anything about that sort of thing.
And Registrar, could you pull out again under 7.2.121, the same section that we were looking at? So because the second paragraph, because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions. So you'll see it says because of the high proportion of wet surface condition and the single motor vehicle collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications.
Yes, I agree. That's the same basic suggestion in both of their reports.
To your knowledge, as of 2015, had anyone at the city advised SEMA that Mr. Moore had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, certainly not anybody from traffic because we did not have that data.
Would SEMA have had enough information to propose a comparison to subsequent friction testing in the 2015 report?
Sorry, again, ask that. Would SEMA
have had enough data about friction testing in 2015 to propose a comparison between friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway from prior dates?
I'm not aware of what friction testing data they might have had, or nor what information was transmitted to them from outside of traffic.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Those are my re-examination questions.
Okay. Mr. White, thank you very much, both for accommodating our schedule by appearing somewhat earlier than was originally scheduled, and also for your attendance both days today. Your evidence is appreciated, and I can say at this point, at the end of the day, you're excused.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything else we have to address this evening. Is there, Ms. Bruckner?
Commissioner, we may wish to note for the record that we will be starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow as opposed to 9:30.
Yes. Okay. And I understand at the request of Ms. Contractor, we may be taking an earlier than customary luncheon break. Is that correct?
That would be very much appreciated, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. So we'll proceed from 10 o'clock to noon and then take our break at that point. Okay. So
Thanks,
thank you very much. We'll stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.